started for me to go on with an aeroplane going over. This video is going to be probably long, quite in depth when it comes to the subjects. A couple of the subjects I've had, it makes it sound like loads of people. Anyway, people have asked questions, and where I've tried to explain it in text, in a short comment box, that's either not clear, misinterpreted, or it's hard to know if people are just trolling and they're not even serious with their comments anyway. So, but few people have made what seem to be genuine questions and wanting clarification on particular points when it comes to the deeper philosophy, metaphysics, spirituality, whatever. Mostly the philosopher. Most religious people aren't that interested in talking to me. They've already found the truth. Anyway, but some people have, so asked questions. I mean, not found the truth. Asked questions. Some people have found some truths. Obviously, people have found truths all the time. Fucking, 2 + 2 = 4. We noticed that, didn't we? So we noticed that maths didn't make that happen. It's related. I'm not just talking nonsense. It's related to the subjects I'm about to be talking about, and the subjects that I've been talking about, and the subjects that people have been asking me questions about, and specifically the questions that they've been asking. Yeah. I had one person say to me that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4 if 2 doesn't equal 2 and you use a different number system. As if using base 10 is what makes 2 + 2 = 4. And if you used a different number system, different symbology, that 2 + 2 might not equal 4, because in that symbology, 2 equals something else, and plus does something else. Well, then that's not 2 + 2 = 4, is it? I see a goddamn university professor who has people doing PhDs in mathematics, and during his lectures, he explained to them how it's possible that 1 + 1 might not equal 2. He used, I think, 3 full chalkboards to prove, according to him, that 1 + 1 might not equal 2, and it could possibly equal something else. That's a university maths professor teaching people that are on their degrees, masters, PhDs, whatever the case may be. Yeah? Do you know what he actually did? He cheated. That makes me sound really arrogant and dumb as well, probably, like I don't understand the complexity of the maths that he was expressing. It was extremely simple what he did. He just did an extremely long-winded way of doing it. What he did was, I'll explain it in detail rather than my paraphrasing. What he did was, the university professor of mathematics, who reckons 1 + 1 might not equal 2 and said he could prove it, was he represented 1 as a symbol, as algebra, yeah? No worries. Yeah? X plus X equals Y, okay? 1 + 1 = 2, yeah? Where X = 1 and Y = 2, X plus X = Y, okay? 1 + 1 = 2. What he did was, X plus X = Y. Fine. He took that X plus X = Y and he moved it onto another chalkboard. And then he started doing relative mirroring and balancing, equation balancing, and all this sort of stuff. So as eventually he could get to the point where his X no longer equaled 1. if x is equal to x, and if y is equal to this, and if so-and-so and so-and-so, then eventually x doesn't equal 1 anymore. Well, then now we're not doing 1 plus 1, are we? We're doing whatever the fuck you're saying, x equals plus 1 equals not 2. Well, no wonder, because it wasn't 1 plus 1, was it? You can't cheat. You can't change the value of 1 and then say 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2 anymore. Ha ha ha. That's lying and cheating. You're lying when you say 1 doesn't equal 1 and 1 actually equals something else. And you're lying if you say plus means something else. You're allowed to take the symbols and use them in different symbology methods. You're just not allowed to take them from within their own context and say 2 plus 2 or 1 plus 1 suddenly isn't 1 plus 1. Because the true absolute statement isn't just 1 plus 1 equals 2. That's the simplest way of saying it. But the absolutely true statement that cannot be questioned is, if 1 is equal to 1, then 1 plus 1 equals 2. Sorry, I missed out saying that if plus is equal to the function of addition. If 1 is equal to 1, and if plus is equal to addition, then 1 plus 1 equals 2, where 2 is equal to 2. You don't get to say the symbol 2 now means 7, because that's fine. You can change the symbols, you just don't change the number scale. Using different binaries, using different modes of numbers, yeah, base 10, binary, base this, mod 2, mod 3, whatever the case may be, it doesn't change the linear number count. 1 is still equal to 1, and 2 is still equal to 2, and 3 is still equal to 3, and 4 is still equal to 4, and it doesn't matter what symbols you use to represent it. The symbol can't be a symbol that represents something unless there is a something that your symbol is trying to represent. The amounts come first, and the symbol to represent the amount comes afterwards. So if I'm using what we think of as normal, base 10, yeah? You count to 10, and then you do another 10, and then you do another 10, and you change them according to that. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 to 100. 10 is the base, yeah? It doesn't matter if in my counting the number 37 is represented by me writing the number 3 and the number 7 right next to each other so as to denote 37. It doesn't matter what symbol I use to represent 37. 37 is an amount, and no matter what method you use, the amount doesn't change. So if I've got 30 pencils, it doesn't matter what symbol I use to represent that. The amount never changes. If I use base 10 and it equals 30, or I use some other symbology method, and now that's represented as what? 110001100001. Fine. You can represent it by whatever you want. Still equals 30 though, doesn't it? The amount hasn't changed. You don't get more or less pencils because somebody uses a different symbol to describe how many pencils you've got. However many pencils there are in the box on your table, 30 pencils in the box on your table, that amount never changes. That's why maths is universal. Because maths isn't based on how you represent it. Maths isn't a tool. We use it as a tool. But the fact that it exists in order to be used as a tool is just a function of the fact that that's what happens when you count. Because maths really is just counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, all the way, carry on going, it doesn't matter. And anything you try and do within maths is just a variation of counting. What's 7 times 3? I don't know. Count to 7 3 times and see what number you get to. That's what the answer is. It's got nothing to do with the functions and the symbols and the... What it's got to do with is if you have 7 things and another 7 things and then another 7 things turn up, you end up with 21 things. That's not because of maths. Maths didn't make there be 21 things. Maths describes the fact that there are 21 things. Maths is a description, not an inventor or a creator. At best, maths is a discovery when it's correct. That sounds like I'm trying to take something away from all the fucking amazing, clever mathematicians that work loads of shit out. I'm fucking not. The fact that they were able to discover it and prove it's true is immense. Beyond anything I'll ever do. But that doesn't mean they created it, and maths didn't create that fact. Yeah, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Pythagoras' rule for right-angled triangles was something that Pythagoras discovered was true and then proved he was right. He didn't create the fact that a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Pythagoras didn't create that. It was already true before anyone noticed it. Even if you want to say that ancient civilizations already knew it, and there's a good chance they did, but even if you want to say that, they still discovered it. They didn't invent it. Maths isn't an invention. It can't be. Saying maths is an invention would be like saying 2 plus 2 didn't equal anything until someone decided and made it equal 4. No. 2 plus 2 equals 4 because that's how many things you've got when you have two things and then another two things happen to turn up, because that's all addition is talking about, because all maths is an expression of reality. You walk across an apple tree and some of the apples have already fallen off. They're on the floor. Not many. 10. Whilst you're standing there, one more apple falls off the tree and lands on the floor. That's 11. That's 10 plus 1 happening in real time. That's all maths is noticing that there was 10 things on the floor and then another one thing fell on the floor and was added to them, the things that we're counting, the things on the floor. And so now there's 11. That's just what happens in physical reality when there's 10 apples on the floor and then one more apple happens to fall off and join them. 10 plus 1 takes place in real time, in the real world. That's all maths is doing, is sort of noticing that and saying, fuck, look at that. When there's 10 things and then another one thing comes along, that makes the next number 11. What happens if another one thing comes along? Well, that's 12. It doesn't matter what you call 12. That's just how many things you've got. And you can call it whatever you want. You can call it bleeble blob. It's still the same amount of things. 1 plus 1 can't equal anything other than 2. It's not possible. The only way that anybody could even try and claim that 1 plus 1 equaled anything other than 2 is if they were cheating and or lying and saying that 1 doesn't equal 1 or plus doesn't do what we say it does. That would be lying. That would be like reading a paragraph within a novel that you happen to be reading, and one of the words in that paragraph is also a word in another language that means a completely different thing. Now, the paragraph that you're reading is all in English, but one of the words just also happens to be a word in Bulgarian that means something else. Well, it doesn't matter what it means in that other language. I'm not speaking it. The word means what it means within. You wouldn't read the whole sentence in English, come across that one word that also means something in another language and suddenly get confused and think maybe they were using the Bulgarian version in the middle of their English sentence. Then straight back to English. No. So it's the same with maths. I'm not making a silly thing. It's the same with maths. If I say 1 plus 1 equals 2, and someone comes along and says, well, under a different number system, 1 doesn't actually equal 1. What? Who cares? What number system are you on about? Because it doesn't matter, because whatever number system you are on about will have a way of expressing 1 plus 1 equaling 2. And no matter what symbols you use, if you're using binary, it still doesn't matter. However you represent 1 plus 1, it will still equal 2. Well, 1 in binary means something else. Well, then it doesn't mean 1, does it? How do you represent the number 1 in binary? it's got a way of being represented, hasn't it? Then you put a plus there, and then you represent the value of 1 again, and the binary answer, the way in which you would express the answer in binary, doesn't matter. The answer is 2, and however that gets expressed in binary language is how you write it down. But the values don't change. Mathematics is talking about the value, not the name you give to the value. It doesn't matter what you call 1 or 2 or 3. It doesn't matter. How many different languages are there in the world, and how many different words are there for the number 1? Does the French 1 equal different to the English 1? No, of course it doesn't. So neither does the binary 1, neither does the mod 2 1, neither does a base anything 1. All 1s are equal to 1 because that's what 1 means. Maths is an expression of what's true. That's all it is. And it has to be true in order for maths to be able to express it. That includes theoretical maths. 1 plus 1 has to equal 2 in order for 25 times 17 to even be possible. Because if 2 doesn't come after 1, and 3 doesn't come after 2, and 4 doesn't come after 3, then there is no way sequence exists. Sequence is the fact that sequence exists is well, I think it's the only proof you actually need in order to prove absolute time, but I'll concede that maybe that's not the only thing that you need in order to prove it, and somehow I think that proves it. But the fact that sequence exists is what proves absolute time exists. Absolute time would be a clock that can't be interfered with, because it's not a clock. Time is a product of the fact that something exists, as in the universe, creation, existence, whatever the hell it is. We don't need to care what it is. It can be exactly what we think it is, energy and matter and all that stuff. Yeah, it can be a weird consciousness thing. There can be gods, there can be aliens, this can be a virtual reality. None of that matters in relation to what I'm talking about. They do matter, but in relation to what I'm talking about, none of that matters. It doesn't matter what existence is. It doesn't matter what it is. It only matters that something exists. That's the thing that we can say, and we're not trying to be too detailed about it. We're just trying to make the most basic statement we can possibly make. Something exists. Right. Well, because something exists. Time. What do you mean, Brian? That sounds like you missed a load of shit out. Something exists, and it still exists. And, yep, it's still here. Something is still here. There's still something happening. Something's happening, isn't it? What exactly is happening? Well, there's some of those things we know, and some of those things we try to work out, and sometimes we can work it out, and sometimes we can't quite work out exactly what's happening. But something's happening, isn't it? Yeah, right. So, because something's happening, time has to be unfolding in order for the sequence of events to unfold in order for the event to take place. And what I mean by the sequence of events unfolding in order is, I mean the event begins to happen. The event goes through the process of happening, and then the event finishes happening. That's what I mean by the correct order of the steps. Things can't happen unless they haven't happened yet. Then they start happening, they go through their happening, and then they finish happening. That's what happens. That's what needs to happen in order for you to then be able to say something happened. You see an apple fall from a tree. That's something happening, isn't it? Doesn't matter what made it happen. Doesn't matter nothing matters in relation to just the fact that something just took place. Well, the apple was on the tree and now it's on the floor. The event started happening, the apple started to fall, it went through the whole process of falling all the way to the floor, and then it hit the floor and was then on the floor, and the event of the apple falling from the tree finished happening. Now the event is no longer falling from the tree, it now has fallen from the tree and has landed on the floor, and it's now on the floor, it's no longer falling off of the tree. That event started, took place, and finished. And because that is happening, all the talk about there's no such thing as time in an absolute sense, God is outside of time, every time is circular. They can't even describe what that means. It's the most stupid thing you could ever say, but they can't even describe what they mean by it. And there's some people who are so adamant about the idea that time is cyclical. No, patterns can repeat. That's not time going in a cycle. If I count to 10 today, and then tomorrow I count to 10 again, that's me doing the same thing again. That's not time repeating itself. Time's going on, and all I did was do something I've done before. If I do it every day at exactly the same time, that's got nothing to do with time. That's just me doing stuff. How often I do it doesn't affect time, isn't decided by time. Time is it's almost like all it is an observational fact, not an observed by a conscious entity, observed by the fact that something exists, and it still exists, and it still exists. And to say there's no time would be to say that everything's on pause. Whoop. That's what people think when they think of time stopping. They think of everything pausing. That wouldn't be time stopping. That would just be all the stuff pausing, not moving. But to give the correct description of what would be taking place there is that if time stopped, well, how long has it been stopped for? That's like pressing pause on the video, going away for an hour and coming back and pretending you didn't press pause for an hour. No, you did. That hour still took place. Just because you stopped the video doesn't mean time didn't keep going. God can't stop time. God can't be outside of time. God can't reverse time. Time can't reverse. The universe now, if they're right on the 14 billion years, if the universe all of a sudden, literally, started reverse order its sequence and followed the exact sequence of events that have taken place up until now, and the whole universe started moving in reverse. I don't just mean like they suggest that it's possible that the expansion could be slowed down and eventually gravity will pull the expansion and everything will come crashing back down again. No, I mean the actual order of events were to go in reverse. That's not time going backwards. That's events moving in reverse order. Time, if it's been 14 billion years up until when that happens, and then everything started going backwards, that wouldn't be time going backwards. It would be 14 billion years until when it started going backwards. And then if it goes backwards at the same rate it went forwards, then it's going to be another 14 billion years whilst it goes backwards. In the end, you don't end up with zero time having taken place. You end up with 28 billion years having taken place. You can't reverse time. Reversing the order of events isn't reversing time. That's just moving stuff around. You can't reverse time. You can't slow it down. You can't speed it up because it's not a thing. It's not a medium. It's not a substrate. It's not a fabric. I'll get into it in a minute. Don't worry. I know who I'm questioning at the moment. This video is for everybody, for the average person, so that they can understand, and for the people who reckon they're fucking learned about these subjects. I'll get to them. You think I don't know about the experiments they've done that they think prove time is slowing down or speeding up? Do you have any idea how stupid they are? Yeah, I said it. Time can't slow down, time can't speed up, time can't be affected by anything if God exists. And if God does actually have infinite power, God still can't do anything to time. He can't speed it up or slow it down. Because time isn't a thing. Time isn't what drives the passage of events. Things happening happen. And we just call that unfolding time. It's just a name we've given to an arbitrary observation of the fact that everything's not on pause. The universe is animated. It's moving. Things are happening. In order for things to happen, they have to be able to happen. I can't count to 10 unless I can finish saying number 1. So everything can't happen at the same time. All the hippie nonsense, spiritualistic consciousness junk. Yeah? Where they say there are entities that don't experience time. No, there might be entities that don't care about time because for some reason they're eternal, so time is irrelevant to them, but time is still unfolding, otherwise those entities couldn't even do anything. If there was no such thing as time, and/or if God was outside of time, God wouldn't be able to count to 10. You can't count to 10 unless time exists in order for you to first say 1, 2, 3, finish saying 1, 2, 3, and then start saying 4, 5, 6. So you can't be still saying 1, 2, 3. That time has to have already passed. You can't count to 10 unless time exists in order for you to count. And if you want to say in some weird thing that you can't possibly describe that everything's happening at the same time, well then that means it's not possible to count. But it is, because I can do it right now in front of you. 1, 2, 3. Yeah? If everything was happening at the same time and you said the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but you said them all at the same time, that wouldn't be counting. That would be just saying a weird noise. Counting is the recognition of sequence. Sequence requires events to begin and end and begin and end and begin and end. The only way an event can end, finish happening, the only way the apple can hit the floor is if time allowed it. Time didn't make it happen. Time is the thing that we call the passage. But it's not moving. Time doesn't move. It's not a thing. It's an observation. Before the universe started, yeah, back when it was a singularity, the fucking beginning of the Big Bang, we'll just call it that. People understand that even if they don't agree with it. They understand what I'm describing. Everything compressed, there was basically nothing, and all there was this tiny, tiny little dot. Right. Well, it doesn't matter how long that dot was there. In order for it to be there, time has to be unfolding. And if that little dot then did something, time has to already be there in order for it to be able to do things. And so what I mean by time has to already be there is the ability to do things has to already exist. Existence has to already exist. Existence is the natural state. I won't get off time. I'll because obviously there's some fairly smart people who reckon they're right about time, and most people have agreed with them and think they've proven it. so I shouldn't get off it. But the fact that something exists rather than nothing existing, the fact that something exists is the baseline state of creation, of existence. I mean, it's the only state that can be. It can only be either something exists or nothing exists. They're the only two things that can be, right? Either something exists, no matter what it is, something, or nothing exists. Okay, right, well, something does exist, so it doesn't matter what it is, only matters that something exists. So, the natural state of the universe, of creation, not what we think of as physical universes, because these words get muddled up over and over and over again. People use them in different ways. People talk about the universe to mean everything, and people talk about the universe to just mean all the stars and the galaxies and everything that we can see around us and all the rest of it, what we think of as the physical universe. But I mean at this moment in time, everything, no matter what it is, whether our physical universe is all there is, or whether the beyond the event horizon is basically limitless, or if the universe is something else, or if we discover that it ends up being this weird thing, it doesn't matter. Something exists, and it can't not. That doesn't mean this can't be like this. What that means is that something has to exist at all times, because it can't not exist, because existence itself is the thing that exists. It almost has to be that way round in terms of does something exist? Doesn't matter what. Does a tree exist? Does God exist? Does anything exist? It doesn't matter. Let's think about things that we can definitely fucking not be too fucking funny about. Does this world exist? Okay, I'm not asking is it a real thing or is it a virtual reality or is it a dream or whatever. I'm saying just does it exist in some form or another? Yes, it does, right. Well, the only way that this world, the physical world that we're standing on right now, the actual planet, the floor, the only way that the floor that you're standing on can be here in order for you to stand on it is if there is an existence in order for things to be. There already has to be somewhere before things can happen there. Things can't happen nowhere. So anything that happens, no matter what it is or where it is, no matter how complex it is, how big it is, how amazing it is, how infinite it is, how small it is, how basic it is, it doesn't matter. If anything happens, it has to happen somewhere. It can't happen nowhere. Which means the somewhere has to already be there in order for whatever the hell is going to happen to even be able to happen, because it can't happen if there isn't anywhere for it to happen. So the somewhere existence has to already be there. Now that doesn't matter if they're right about the Big Bang. It doesn't matter. Whatever the singularity was, it needs existence to exist in order for the singularity to even be there. Where's the singularity? It can't be nowhere. It has to be somewhere. Well, wherever that somewhere is, that's existence, isn't it? Because there is no outside of existence. There is only existence. God can't be outside of existence if God exists. If God exists, then God's not outside of existence, is it? By definition. There is no outside of existence. You can't forget anything. When someone says everything that exists, they didn't forget anything. They didn't leave anything out. You can't say, what about this over here that you forgot? No, I didn't forget that. I said everything that exists. Oh, what about God? Does God exist? Yeah. Well, then he's included in everything that exists then, isn't he? There isn't any more. You can't find some more stuff because that's included in everything that exists. Right. Do I need to know what everything is in order to say there is an everything, no matter how big or small it is, no matter how weird or simple it is? There is an everything that exists, and that is the totality of existence. And it doesn't matter how many infinities there are in it. If the infinity exists, it fucking exists, and it's within existence. can't not be. There isn't anything outside of existence, because whatever you point to that's outside of existence, I'm going to slap you around the face and say, you idiot, how can you say it exists, but it's not part of existence? That's what existing means, to be part of existence. There is only one state that can possibly be, and that's that something exists. And that has always been the case, because it can't not be. There has never been a time when it was nothing. That's not possible. Yeah, I'll say it. I should finish time off. Because it sounds like I'm just leaving Einstein and atomic clocks and pretending that they don't exist. And that I don't have to refute it in order to say what I'm talking about when it comes to time, and how time isn't affecting anything. Time is an absolute thing. Time is just the fact that something is here. Nothing can be outside of time. You can't reverse time. Reversing the order of events isn't reversing time. You know, I've said all that already, blah, 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 blah. But why am I saying that when they've got evidence that time slows down? Yeah, because they've got evidence, haven't they? They put clocks up in satellites and stuff. They have to adjust the clocks. Everyone loves to say it. They have to adjust the clocks and the satellites because the clocks, time slows down when you go really fast. Does it? Well, Einstein says it does. Did he? Is that what Einstein said? I don't think that's what Einstein said. I think Einstein said the perception of time changes, not time itself. It's kind of an important distinction. If you go in a rocket ship and fly away at light speed and then come back again, and the person on Earth stands there waiting for you, by the time you come back, a different amount of time will have passed for both of you. No, it won't. Wow, Brian, you're questioning Einstein. No, I'm questioning what you're saying about him. The person in the rocket will think that's how long has passed, but that's not actually how long has passed. Their perception of time is being warped. Time itself's not being warped. They put atomic clocks. Got atomic clocks on satellites, Brian. Clock runs slow. That proves it, Brian. Clock runs slow. That proves Einstein. Really? Because I know what happened the last time I walked into the kitchen and saw my clock running slow. I didn't think time slowing down. Are you guys for real? I actually want to know now if you guys are for real. I'm talking to the extremely clever scientists who have done all of these experiments and made the conclusions that they've made, because they are clever to be able to even perform the experiments and all the rest of it. They're very clever. But the ones who did these experiments that I'm talking about, because obviously most scientists aren't wrong. Most scientists are right about the things that they're on about. Some guy, doesn't matter. Most of science isn't wrong. Every now and again, amazing scientists do amazing work, and then morons misinterpret the conclusions. They put an atomic clock on the satellite. The clock runs slow. That's time running slow, is it? Why not the clock? Did they even think it might be the clock? You put a clock in a rocket, sent it up into space, and made it do whatever they do, 30,000 kilometers an hour. I don't know what they do. I don't know how fast they're going. They're tens of thousands. Once they get up into space and they've got no more air resistance anymore, they can fucking do any speed that they want, basically. They do tens of thousands, but not any speed they want. You know what I mean? They don't have to worry about friction. Air resistance isn't slowing them down. They can go a lot faster than they would down here. So when I say 30,000 mile an hour, that's probably not too far off the mark. 20-odd thousand mile an hour. I don't know exactly what satellites are doing, their orbit speed. I don't need to know exactly what. I just know that it's extremely fast. Many, 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 many thousands and thousands and thousands. Right. So you put an atomic clock in a rocket, sent it up into space and made it do 20,000 mile an hour around the Earth in an electromagnetic field. Orbiting in a gravity field and an electromagnetic field. The electromagnetic shield that protects us from the radiation of the sun. Yeah. That's separate to the gravitational field. They're two separate things, even though, yeah? So you've got a clock doing 30,000 mile an hour, round and round and round and round in an electromagnetic field and a gravity field. And when the clock runs slow, your first thought isn't, bloody hell, the clock run is slow. Wonder what made that happen. Probably all the forces it was under. No? Time slowed down, did it? Time. Where did time slow down? Just inside the clock? Just inside the spaceship? How far outside of the spaceship was time also slowing down? 1 millimeter off the skin? 1 centimeter off the skin? 1 meter off the skin? How can we still see it if its time has slowed down? It's time. Time itself has slowed down, which means it's not here anymore, right? We've carried on moving at the same speed, and it's suddenly slowed down. What? Well, how come we can still see it? Because it shouldn't be here, should it? It should have slowed down and not be here anymore. But we can still see it because it is still here, because time didn't slow down. The clock's running slow, you idiots. It's an atomic clock, Brian. Do you know how precisely regular the decay of a particle is from the particular element that they use in atomic clocks? The reason they use that element, Brian, is because it's the most regular occurrence that we've ever discovered in terms of a particle decay. It happens extremely precise. It's extremely precise, and they're correct. It is, yeah, absolutely. They've done the measurements. Seriously clever people have done the measurements. The decaying elements, the decay rate, the thing that they use that decays at an extremely regular rate is an extremely accurate clock. That's true. It is. What I want to know is, why when you put it under all them stresses and forces, do you not assume that maybe the decay rate was being changed because of all of them forces? Why is the first assumption that time slowed down itself? It's seriously, I hate to use the same analogy again, but that's like walking into your kitchen, seeing the clock running 5 minutes slow, and not thinking, oh dear, the clock's running a bit slow, I better adjust it. But you went, oh no, time's actually slowed down. Shit, fucking hell, time is slowing down. Wow, that's quite profound. I wonder, is it only slowing down in my kitchen, or is it slowing down everywhere? Because the physical world is connected. So if my time is normal and your time speeds up, how the hell are we still having a conversation with each other? Because we shouldn't even be standing next to each other. We shouldn't be able to see each other. You shouldn't be here anymore. You should have slowed down or sped up, but you haven't. You're still here. The satellite is still here. The clock's running slow. Time's not running slow. You need to think about it, boys. You think I'm an idiot? You didn't think about it. You just rush straight ahead into, oh my God, we finally proved Einstein's theory instead of it just being a theory. We finally proved that time is actually slowing down. You missed the clock, boys. And unfortunately, now, for you, the fact that you've already jumped to the conclusion of time itself is slowing down, because you've already jumped to that conclusion, if you were now to try and perform the experiment that you do need to do, you're going to find it very difficult. What you need to do is, you need to do an experiment on your atomic clock that proves that it's not the clock that's slowing down, it's actually time that's slowing down. Now, because you've already concluded that it is time that's slowing down, if you put one of your atomic clocks up into space on, let's say, a space station or something like that with a bit more room, where you can actually perform an experiment on the clock whilst it's flying around, and you can try and work out if the clock's running slow. Well, the clock is going to run slow, isn't it? We've already observed that. The clock does run slow. I'm not saying the clock isn't out. Clock's out. Yeah? Unless they're lying to us, and I don't think they are. So, yeah, I just have to include the possibility all of a sudden because it fluttered through. Technically, I haven't performed the experiment myself, and I haven't gone up into space and checked that the atomic clocks on the satellite are actually running slow, and so that, I assume it is, obviously, right, so, but Now that you've done that, assumed that it's the time that's slowing down, not the clock. When you do put the clock on a space station or something, and you do need to do this, or some other experiment, which I can think of a few, but anyway, to verify. You know you need to verify this. This isn't something that you can just overlook and pretend isn't something that you need to verify. You've got a serious problem here. The most logical assumption is that the clock is slowing down, not time. What the hell are you talking about? So you need to demonstrate that it's not the clock that's slowing down. Well, that means you need to put the clock into its test environment, under the conditions, up in space, 30,000 miles an hour around the world. And then you need to what? Check the clock to see if it's running slow. Well, it will be running slow, won't it? We know it's going to run slow. Point is, why is it running slow? Well, you guys have already determined that it's because time is slowing down. So how are you going to then look at it, see the workings of it, or the decay rate changing, slowing down, and not just come to your own same conclusion again? Oh yeah, look at that, the decay rate slows down because time's slowing down. No, maybe the decay rate slows down because it's under extreme force. The decay rates of particles can change depending on what's happening to the particle. That's true, isn't it? Depending on how hot it is, how cold it is. So different particles, different things affect them. I'm not saying everything is affected by everything. I'm saying different particles that have decay rates, their decay rates can be affected by things. No? You guys have already proven that it's not possible for something to affect the decay rate of a particle or an element or whatever it is that you're using in your atomic clocks. I don't know if it's a radioactive element or if it's a particular other element or if it's a compound or what. I think it has to just be an element, doesn't it? Yeah. I don't know exactly what element they use. I'm sure it's a radioactive one, but technically everything's radioactive. So. Everything decays. That's what I mean. I don't mean everything's radioactive. I mean everything decays. And in them senses, decay on that level is basically all the same sort of stuff. Different types of radiation, different types of energy, different types of light. It's a serious problem in what you're calling proof of Einstein's theory, and what you're doing to Einstein's theory is messy. That's not what was concluded. Perception of time changes. Observer perception of time changes. But a quick way to debunk how you guys have interpreted that would be someone's on a rocket ship and someone's on the Earth. Right? They start off next to each other, like you say in your fucking in your theory, in your thought experiment. And the person in the rocket ship flies away at close to the speed of light, whatever. And they're gone for however long they're gone for. They turn around and they come back. Now you're saying that the person on Earth experienced X time, and the person in the rocket ship actually had different time. Okay, well, I'll grant that for now, but what I want you to answer for me, assuming you're correct when you say that that's what's happening, is what's happening to the third person who observes the entire event take place? There's the guy on the Earth who doesn't go anywhere. There's the guy in the spaceship who flies away at light speed and comes back again. But then there's a third guy over here who's watching the whole thing happen. What does he see? What time is he in? What are you talking about? The universe is still here, just unfolding normally. These guys are rushing around backwards and forwards, pretending they're slowing and speeding time up and down, yet somehow they're still here in the universe. They're still here. They didn't go anywhere. If you time travel, the people now couldn't see you. Because you wouldn't be here anymore, would you? You wouldn't be now. You'd be somewhere else. You'd be then. Well, you're not then, are you? Because you're right here now in front of me now. The clock on the spaceship, on the satellite, time itself isn't slowing down, because if it was, we wouldn't be able to see the bloody satellite anymore. But the satellite's still here, isn't it? Now. And if a hardcore astronaut, and they are hardcore, was to go up there and put his hand on the satellite, it would be here now. He wouldn't have to wait for the satellite to appear, because it's not here yet, because its time's lagging, because it's moving slower through time. No, it's not moving slower through time. It's moving exactly the same speed through time, because it's still bloody here. It's still here. And what you're going to find is because that's happening locally, and your thought experiment is going away for millions of years and coming back again, and there being a huge difference between the amount of time that's actually elapsed. Because Einstein said the perception would be different, not that the amount of time actually elapsing would be different. How long does it take you to get from point A to point B? Do you think time is what decides how long it takes you? Speed and distance is what decides it, isn't it? Time is just the thing we then, it's like giving how long it took a name. How long did that take you? One length. Oh, I did it twice as quick as that. Yeah, you did it in half my time, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What should we call that? We'll call it a unit. We can use that to measure and predict. Brilliant, that's great. Measuring and predicting are really handy. Yeah. We should probably have a method for doing that, shouldn't we? So as that we can schedule and organise and all of these things. Yeah, right. But all we're doing is arbitrarily drawing lines and saying this is a unit. We're going to use it as, it's no different to making a unit of distance. Doesn't matter what you use. Doesn't matter how big or small it is. It only matters that you have a standard that you can use, so as that you're able to communicate and interact. But time itself can't slow down. You've misinterpreted what Einstein was saying, and then you thought you proved your own misinterpretation because for some reason you walked into the kitchen, saw the clock running slow, and thought time had slowed down. I will not feel bad for laughing at you for that. Come on, guys. You need to check that. You need to verify. It's not the clock slowing down. It's the clock slowing down, boys. Trust me, it's the clock slowing down. Because the bloody thing's still here. If the clock was running at a slower time, it wouldn't be here anymore. We wouldn't be able to see it. It'd be still yesterday, wouldn't it? The clock would be 5 minutes ago, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be here. But it is here, because it hasn't gone anywhere. It's perception of time. Shut up. The rate at which events unfold is not time. Time doesn't care how quick or fast you run. What? Time doesn't care if a star forms in 5 minutes or 5 million years. It doesn't care. It just sits there, timing it. If a star happens to form quickly, that's not because time sped up. That's just the events of the star formation happening to occur quicker than normal. Because we wouldn't even have a way of saying it's happening quickly unless we had a normal to standardise it against and say it's happening quicker than what it normally happens. Speed's relative, isn't it? Increases and decreases in speed are relative. I mean, Jesus Christ. We have to completely ignore inertial frames. It's wild. With what you guys talk about, we end up having to completely ignore inertial frames. How quickly are you moving right now? Right now, how quickly is your physical body moving? I'm sitting on the floor right now. Do you have any idea how fast I'm going? I don't just mean the spin of the Earth. I mean all of it added up. The spin of the Earth, plus the Earth round the Sun, plus the Sun round the galaxy, plus the galaxy moving either on its own trajectory or in its orbit around its own cluster, plus the whole of the cluster moving, the whole cluster of galaxies that orbit each other isn't static. it's also moving. And the bigger the scale, the quicker things are normally moving. So the Earth spins at about 1,000 miles an hour, 1,000 kilometers an hour, whatever it is, yeah? But it goes around the sun a lot quicker than that. And the sun goes around the galaxy a lot quicker than that. I think the Earth goes around the sun at tens of thousands of miles an hour. That's moving seriously quick. It's a small fraction of light speed, obviously, in terms of these time dilations. But that's moving seriously quick. Okay, how quick is the star? How quick is the galaxy moving? Well, you start getting up into 50 and 100,000 miles an hour and stuff like this. How quick is the whole supercluster moving? I don't actually know. I think they do. I think they've got a relatively good understanding of the relative motion, but they haven't had very long to watch it move, and galaxies don't move very far, so it's really hard, but they are clever, so they probably have got a relatively good estimation on how quickly the entire supercluster as a group is moving. They just might not be, bang on its potential future trajectory. They might not know if it's going to curve. They might just know which way it's moving at the moment. Yeah. But they're all on different axes of rotation as well. So I stand on the Earth. Oh, look at that, he'll do. I stand on the Earth, on the side, and the Earth spins. That's what's happening to all of us right now, yeah? You're spinning around and around as if you were standing on a tennis ball on a string and someone spun it. That's what's happening to you now, and you don't feel it because you're within your own inertial frame, which means you were born already doing it, so you don't know any difference, so you don't feel it, because you only feel changes in your inertial frame. You don't feel your inertial frame. You only feel it when it changes. You feel acceleration or deceleration, but you don't feel constant movement. That feels like you're not moving. So, but feeling what's happening isn't the same as it happening. You are moving. You are spinning on the ball, and that ball is going around the world whilst you spin. You are doing so many crazy axes of rotation at the same time. It's like you were the most amazing ninja gymnast that you've ever heard of, because you're doing them at serious speed as well. All trajectories, because whilst you're spinning on the Earth, and the Earth is going around the sun, and you're spinning whilst it goes around the sun, why you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour whilst that goes around the sun at 30,000 miles an hour, and you're going that way at the same time, so it's like you're doing a spiral. You're a spinning ball that's doing a spiral, but that whole spinning ball and spiral is also spiraling in the opposite direction, because the whole of the galaxy happens to be moving that way, but then the whole of the supercluster, because the galaxy's rotating and it's moving, but the whole of the supercluster is moving in its own direction with its own axes of rotation, which all gets added on top to you doing about, it's like doing a triple somersault, a triple barrel roll, a triple backflip, all at the same time. That's what's happening now, and you can't feel it, but it is happening. How quickly are we moving already? We could be doing 500,000 miles an hour, and we don't even know it. How quickly are we moving? Not how quick is the universe expanding, how quickly is our galaxy moving, and how quickly is the supercluster moving, and how quickly is the whole lot moving? Because I'm not on about it expanding away from each other, I'm on about the whole set is moving. So we're moving pretty fast, and we're doing crazy angles of rotation at the same time. And somehow that seems to not have any effect on time. Is this how quick time's meant to be going? Is it possible for us to stop moving? Could we counteract all of those different angles of rotation and speeds at the same time, assuming technology was no limit, and assuming, we can make spaceships that can do any speed we want and any amount of you know, fancy fucking aerobatics that you want, could we counteract every single frame of movement that we happen to be in at the moment and bring something to an absolute stop? Because even if you stop the galaxy rotating and you stop the supercluster from moving, the whole of everything is moving, isn't it? So you need to counteract all of it and make it come to a complete stop, make something come to a complete stop. How fast would time be moving then? Because you're saying time slows down if you speed up. Well, what happens if you slow down? Because you're already moving bloody quickly. You're already doing tens, hundreds of thousands of miles an hour when it all gets added up and compounded on top of each other. You're already doing hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. So what would happen if you slowed down a bit? Because you can slow down. See, they talk about the guy standing on Earth as if he's not moving, and the guy in the rocket ship flying away as if he's the only one that's bloody moving quickly. The guy on Earth is not standing still, mate. That's like saying a pilot sitting in his aircraft isn't doing anything when he starts doing barrel rolls and loop the loops and all the rest of it. Because he's just fixed in his chair, isn't he? He's not moving. No, but he bloody is, isn't he? He's flying through the sky, for Christ's sake. He can feel it as well, obviously, because he's changing his inertial frame all the time. But it doesn't matter if you can feel it or not. What matters is that it's happening. If we dulled the pilot's senses and made it so as that he couldn't feel anything, and he flew his plane and did all of his Red Devil ninja stuff, yeah, just because he couldn't feel it wouldn't mean he's not doing it or moving and he isn't doing a barrel roll. We're doing barrel rolls right now. We're doing corkscrews. We're spinning round and around and around whilst we do them. You know, think of the most amazing gymnastics act you've ever heard, and now imagine if they also did a barrel roll through the whole of the act. So no matter what somersaults they did, it was a barrel roll somersault, and no matter what backflip they did, it was a barrel roll backflip, and no matter what forward roll they did, it was a barrel roll at the same time as the forward roll. That's the sort of crazy different angles of rotation that are all going on at the same time. So what would happen if you stopped moving? How quickly would time go according to them? Because time should speed up according to them if you slow down. Because we're not doing 0 right now. I'm not doing no miles an hour whilst I sit here. Time can't speed up or slow down. Perception of time, I suppose, can be changed, because perception can be changed. But perception's not reality. You need to get out of these arrogant ideas that what we perceive to be is what is happening. No, whatever's happening is what's happening, and if what we perceive to be happens to be accurate, well then that's what's happening. And sometimes it's not accurate, is it? Sometimes what we perceive to be isn't actually what's happening. And sometimes things we didn't perceive at all are happening even though we don't know it, like before we discovered bacteria. Bacteria was still having all the effects that it has. We just didn't have a clue that it was even there. We thought the gods were poisoning our food. Can't blame them. Why would they assume it's like, what else are you going to think it is? It's magic. Looks like fucking magic. Comes from nowhere. What the hell makes the bread go moulder? What is that? Don't know. No frame of reference to even begin imagining it for most of human civilization. Didn't have a clue, mate. Couldn't have imagined that there was a whole world of microscopic smallness like that. But it was still here having an effect on us. Always was. It was here before us. But really, bacteria should be the one going, I don't know if I believe in them humans, you know. I've heard about them, but, you know, it's like the bacteria living in your stomach all having a conversation. Did you hear that some people think that the whole of the universe is actually an organism? No way. You know, it's like they'd have more reason for thinking that, they would, you know, than we would. We couldn't have imagined it. It was happening. It was real. It was true. It was true even though we didn't know. Because we don't need to know what's true in order for it to be true. It has to be true in order for it to be true. And someone knowing it doesn't matter. All the different... God, there's so much horrible misinterpretation of amazing scientists' work. Amazing mathematicians and stuff like that. Theoretical physicists and all these sorts of things. And their work just gets absolutely horribly misinterpreted and run away with for people who need it for their own specific gang. The progressive minds need there to be no such thing as truth. So when they hear, you know, the double slit experiment, they love to run away with the misinterpretation. Same as people who like to think about multiverses and multi-dimensions and string theorists and all of this sort of stuff. They love Schrodinger. They love it because they love to misinterpret it. Schrodinger. Is the cat alive or dead? Oh, it's alive and dead at the same time. Shouldn't need to talk about this. Should be really obvious. Dead means something and alive means something, so one thing can't be dead and alive. Dead means the absence of life. Therefore it can't also include life. So something can't be dead and alive at the same time. Those two words are contradictions of each other. It would be some other thing that's taking place, like when we think of zombies or something like that. And they're not actually alive, are they, even though they're animated? They're the undead, we call it, yeah? It's a fictional, fabricated creation, zombie, yeah? Technically, though, that would be alive. The zombie's alive. It's not dead. It's animated. That's only life is animated. Rocks aren't animated. Rocks can't do anything, they can only have things done to them. Life, things that are alive, can do things. Even if the only thing it can do is replicate its own DNA. And as soon as you start moving up the macro scale, bigger and bigger things can do more things. Things can start moving and things can start doing this and can start doing that. Zombies can move. Zombies can move on their own accord. So they're not dead. And saying they're dead is just a misuse of the word to sort of describe the fact that it used to be a human being with sentience, and that sentience is now gone, so the human sentient bit is dead. But the body's not dead, is it? The organism's not dead, is it? It's alive, it's animated, it's moving around on its own accord. Things that move on their own accord are not dead. Yeah? Lava in a volcano isn't moving on its own accord. It's being forced to move by geothermals and pressures and all of these things. Yeah, rocks don't, yeah, animated. So being alive and dead at the same time is not possible. But in terms of the Schrodinger experiment and how they say in the multi-worlds theory, the cat could be alive and dead at the same time. That's so. Even if they're right, they're still misinterpreting it. Even if there are other dimensions and universes where all the alternate events take place. And so when we put Schrodinger's cat in a box, and then we put a poison vial in the box, and then we make it so as that the trigger for the poison vial is this particle that randomly decays, so we don't know when it's going to happen, and then we close the box, that means that because we don't know when the particle's going to decay, yeah, it could have decayed or not decayed. If it has, and it triggered the poison vial, the cat will be dead. If it hasn't, then the poison vial won't have been triggered, and the cat won't be dead. The cat will be alive. Yeah? And they say because we don't know the quantum random event that's going to happen, we don't know when it's going to happen, we don't know if the cat's alive or dead. But yeah, well, that's true. But the reason we don't know is because we haven't opened the box and checked. It's got nothing to do with the quantum randomness of the thing. The reason we don't know is because we haven't opened the box and checked. When you open the box and check, the cat's either alive or it's dead. It's not both. It can't be both. Now, they say that there's a superposition, or whatever they want to say, a superstate, sorry. Not a superposition, that's something else in quantum. A superstate where the cat is alive in our universe, and then in one of the other universes in the multiverse, the cat is dead. Well, that's two cats. What you on about, you? That's two cats. Two universes, two cats, two events. Not one universe, one cat, two events. Alive and dead at the same time. No. If you want to even play the game where you try and say the cat is alive and dead at the same time because it's alive in our universe and it's dead in another universe, you're still talking about two cats, you idiot. You just invoked another universe and another cat and then pretended you didn't invoke another cat. It's either alive or dead in our universe. If you start bringing in a second cat in a second universe and saying just because it happens to be dead and ours happens to be alive, that means the cat is alive and dead at the same time, you're a moron. I'm probably lying, because how did you not notice you just brought in another cat? You've got two cats. Two cats, two universes, two events. Many worlds theory means that it's alive and dead at the same time. Jesus Christ, even if that weird imagination of many universes that you just literally invented out of your arse was true, it would still be two cats in two universes, you bloody idiots. You can't have contradicting things being true. One can't equal one and equal two. That's not possible. Even if God exists, God can't make that. Yeah? You've got to remember, if God exists, and if, as some people claim, God's power is infinite, that doesn't mean it's limitless. You think infinite and limitless mean the same thing? No, not at all, mate. There are limits to God's power, even if God's power is infinite. There are limits to God's abilities, even if God's wisdom is infinite. God cannot make 1 + 1 equal 9. He can't. Doesn't matter how much power he's got. Power's got nothing to do with 1 + 1 equaling 2. So however much power God's got wouldn't affect that, because power has got nothing to do with it. So 1 power or 1,000,000 power wouldn't make a difference. God cannot make true things be not true. God cannot make things that have happened, God can't make them have not happened. Even if he undoes them, even if God's got the power to undo things that have happened, the only way in which God would be able to undo something is if it had already happened. Therefore, he can't make it have not happened. God can't make things that have happened not have happened. God can't make things that are true not true. No matter how much power he's got, and no matter how smart he is. In fact, the smarter he is, the more likely he is to know that. God can't make 1 + 1 equal anything other than what it already equals. God can't make there be another number that comes between 5 and 6. God can't invent another number and squeeze it in there. There isn't another number to go in there. The next one is 6. You can't use halves and claim they're other numbers. No, we're talking about numbers. We're talking about individual units. An individual unit plus another individual unit equals 2 individual units. God can't change that, even if he's there and even if he's got infinite power. God doesn't decide what's true. He can't. God can't be outside of existence. Nothing can be outside of existence. double slit experiment, I mentioned it a minute ago. I should qualify what I'm talking about. People conflate interfering and measuring with consciously being aware of, and they are not the same thing. The double slit experiment, which shows that the particle wave duality of light acts differently. Sometimes it acts like a wave and sometimes it acts like a particle. Okay, what makes that difference? Well, according to the double slit experiment, it's observers. No, it's measuring it. It's interfering with it. That's what does it. If you interfere with the light will change. You can't perform the experiment without interfering with the light. If you record the light, you're interfering with it. If you measure the light, you're interfering with it. Just because you don't know if you're going to check the results or not afterwards doesn't mean that you don't have to record the results in order for you to be able to check the results afterwards. And recording the results is interfering with it. It's not observing it. It's interfering with it. Your whole experiment is interfering with it. Great. Depending on how the light is being interfered with will depend on how it acts. It will act like a wave or it will act like a particle depending on how it's being interfered with. Well, no shit. That's not consciousness deciding reality, you bloody idiots. But people take these and misinterpret it because they need to run away into their own spirituality or their own consciousness thing or their own whatever it is that they need to run away, their own discipline of maths, whatever it is. And they need to be able to say things like, technically 1 + 1 can equal something else. No, it can't. You're just cheating and lying and pretending 1 doesn't equal 1 and plus isn't the function of addition. If 1 equals 1 and plus is the function of addition and 2 equals 2, then 1 + 1 equals 2. Time can't slow down. They're wrong in what they've concluded about their atomic clocks on the satellites running slow. The clock's running slow, I'll grant them that. It's just not because time's slowing down, you idiots. It's because the clock's running slow. That should have been really obvious. It should have been. I'm sorry that I laughed at you, but I mean, come on. That's a really big one. Clock's running slow, boys. It's under extreme force, no wonder its behaviour is changing. You could almost say, in the way in which people think of time, there's no such thing as time. In the way people sort of think of it as this thing that's moving, that is this thing that can be sped up or slowed down, that's this thing that can be manipulated in some way, that can somehow be interacted with or touched or affected or something. No, time doesn't exist in that sort of a way. That's not true. Time is just the fact that something is here and it's still here. And the fact that it's still here, we call that a length of time. But time is just saying that something's here. Double slit experiment. I mean, we're getting onto that, getting into truth. May as well do truth. Sorry, I'm looking around so much at the moment because I keep forgetting what it is I was going to do. This is a mad video for me. I don't necessarily know for you. It might be boring. I guess if you're watching, you don't think it's boring. You'd have switched off by now. Yeah, because there's a lot of topics that I've felt are important that I need to talk about. And I'm still adamant that I don't write lists. I might need to revise that. I might need to recognise my intention is different, and so I'm not writing the list I thought I was writing a long time ago that I wouldn't dare write because I don't have the right to write it. But yeah, subjects and stuff like that I should talk about. But these things are all linked, so I'm going to stay on them because they're all related, and I'll be referencing backwards and forwards between time, what is the nature of existence, what is truth, as in not what is the truth, as in what's the answer, Brian. No, what is truth? Truth is a thing. The truth about things are facts. That's what we call facts. Truths about things. Yeah. It's not a fact unless it's correct. And if it's correct, then it's the truth. The truth is what's correct. Now, you might be able to say that there are some things with no correct answer. Okay, well, in those weird circumstances that you're hypothesizing, because I'd love you to demonstrate one that doesn't actually have a correct answer. Not that the answer's difficult, but that if you pose the question correctly and set up the parameters and the conditions properly, that there won't be a correct answer to it. Oh, what do you do in this scenario if you've got 10 people to save and only one person to save, and and you try and make it as convoluted and awkward and horribly difficult as you possibly can, yeah? But there still will be a correct one, won't there? And the correct one might be the utilitarian correct one, and the correct one might be the one that just feels right for you. As in, should you save 10 people or your own son? You probably would save your own son, wouldn't you? Yeah. And to be honest, F anyone that thinks you shouldn't, that you should consider 10 people to be more valuable than your own daughter or whatever. No, you're not going to, are you? Because when push comes to shove, the truth is that you don't. So there is a correct answer. You just need to ask the question correctly. Anyway, but even under that, the truth is not subjective. The truth is not open to interpretation. The truth isn't whatever we want it to be. The truth isn't what we feel like might be true. The truth isn't what just feels right. We can't all have our own truth. It's not me telling you you're not allowed. You're just not capable of being correct when you say it. You can believe whatever you want. Doesn't mean you're right. Plenty of people believe things that are complete nonsense. So what? They're allowed. What I'm talking about is not what people are allowed to do. I'm talking about what happens to be true. And what happens to be true is whatever the hell is actually true. Have you got a mystery? You don't know what's true? No. Something happened. Did something happen? Yes. Right, well then there's a truth about whatever happened. If it did happen, as long as something happened, there will be a truth about what happened. The truth is the only thing that can actually happen. Everything that happens is true that it happened. And we don't need to know what it is. We don't even need to know that it even happened. If it happened, then it happened. And whatever actually happened, that's the truth. And it's not open to interpretation. We don't need to know it. We don't need to observe it. We don't need to discover it. We don't need to think it or feel it. It just needs to happen. It's like the old saying of if a tree falls in the woods and no one was there to hear it, did it make a sound? Don't know. Did the tree fall? Yes. All right. So is it true that the tree fell, even though no one was there to hear it? We're saying a tree fell, are we? So it's true that a tree fell. Right, so that's what the truth is, isn't it? The tree fell. What's true is what's true. If there's a murder mystery and we don't know who done it, did someone get killed? Yes. Well, is someone dead? Yes. Okay, so they died somehow, didn't they? Natural causes, self-inflicted, or someone else, right? Right. So whichever one it is the truth. Yeah, right. So it doesn't matter how sure I am that it was so-and-so that did it, if it wasn't so-and-so that did it. And it doesn't matter how sure I am that so-and-so didn't do it, if they are the one who actually did it. Because the truth is what decides what happened. Wrong way round. What happened is what decides what's true. They're both self-evidently reliant on each other for their own self-evidenceness. Yeah, the truth is just another way of saying what actually happened. So in order to say they both rely on each other is a little bit of a silly sort of a thing to say, really, because they're the same thing. Correct and truth are the same thing. You can't be correct unless what you said was true. Truth is the fundamental substrate of existence. Truth is the most primary form of existence. Nothing can exist unless it's true that it exists. Because if it's not true it exists, it doesn't exist. And if it exists, it's true that that's what exists and not something else. That. It's not depending on whether we know about it or not. The truth's not subjective. It can't be. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter if there is a God or if there's not a God. Whichever one it is, that's what's true. What is God? Don't know. But if God exists, whatever God is, that's what's true. You see how easy the truth is, how you don't actually need to know what the truth is in order for there to be a truth. And so therefore the argument of there's no such thing as truth or the truth is subjective is false, wrong, flat, dead wrong. So the truth is that something exists. Something exists. That's a truthful statement. I don't need to know what it is in order to be able to say that it is. Whatever it is, something exists. Well, because all we're talking about is something, anything. No matter what it is, anything, no matter how much, how little, doesn't matter. Anything at all exists. Something exists. That means there was never a nothing. There was never a nothing. There's always been something. It doesn't matter what that feels like inside your head when you start thinking about time going backwards for eternity, because time's not going anywhere. Time's just the label we give to the observation of the fact that something exists. Something exists, and there has to have always been something. Even if the something was empty, doesn't matter. The emptiness had to be there, waiting for things to happen, because the things that happened needed somewhere to happen, and existence had to have somewhere. It had to be somewhere. Existence is the somewhere. So whatever happens within existence, because existence is the somewhere that things happen. Things don't happen outside of existence. There's nothing happening. And anything that does happen can't be outside of existence. It has to be within existence. God is not outside of the rules of existence. The rules I'm talking about here. God can't have created existence. Existence is the natural state, and there has never been a nothing. There has never been a time in history, anywhere, that's a weird way to put it, it doesn't matter, at any time, where there was absolutely nothing, and then suddenly something happened. I'm not just saying that, yeah, The reason I say it the way that I say it is because if it was nothing, then there wouldn't be anything that could happen. And if something did happen, then it must not have been nothing. It must have been something. Because something happened. And something can't happen if there isn't anywhere to happen, and there isn't anything to happen. Something happened, because here it is. It's here. That's the evidence of something happening. The fact that it's here. It doesn't matter what happened or how long it's been here. Something happened. If it was nothing, well, something happened because there's something here. It's not nothing anymore. Well, how did that something happen if there was nothing? You can't. It's not possible at any time, in any place, by anyone or thing, at any space, across any sentient beings that ever exist in the history of existence, where they are going to be able to demonstrate a method where something came from nothing without the something that they're saying somehow being there when there was nothing. Because whatever you say created the something has to have been there in order to do it. You can't say God created the universe but then say there was nothing before the universe, because there wasn't nothing, there was God. What are you talking about? Right, well, that's an example of showing how no matter what anybody ever said was the driving force that would somehow bring something to happen from nothing, what they would be invoking is the fact that it wasn't nothing, it was something. And even in the unknown possibilities of the unknown unknowns, yeah, known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns, yeah, in the unknown possibilities of the unknown unknowns, where we're speculating that there was an absolute nothing, and then something happened. Because there is now something here, that means something did eventually happen. However long it was nothing, even though that's the wrong way, yeah, however long it was nothing, eventually something did happen, didn't it? Right, and that's what we're saying with the, when talking about there was a nothing and then something happened, yeah? Something eventually happened. Well, if that's true, even if that's true, yeah, that there was an absolute nothing, the absence of all things, because that's what nothing is supposed to mean, the absence of all things, which means there can't be a thing there that makes something happen. What made the universe happen? Oh, it was this weird thing. Wait a minute, there wasn't any things. How can there be a weird thing there if there's nothing? Nothing means no things. You can't have a weird thing that's included in things. Nothing is the absence of all things. If that was the case, and then something happened, because something's here, then that means it was always possible that something might happen. Before anything happened, when it was still nothing, and then nothing suddenly, something happened. But before something happened, when there was nothing, because we now know something did eventually happen, that means it was possible for something to happen, wasn't it? So even in the unknown possibilities of the unknown unknowns, where somehow nothing was able to do something, even though there wasn't anything there to do anything, and there wasn't any place for it to be, and there wasn't anywhere for it to happen, but still somehow it was able to suddenly create this something. Even in the unknown possibilities of the unknown unknowns, where that's possible, it still would mean that what you were describing as nothing wasn't actually nothing, it had possibility. It was possible for something to happen. How do you know that, Brian? Because something happened. We can get into it much deeper than that, because under that framework, where you're saying it was nothing, and then something happened, yeah, in the absolute nothing, you're now saying there was potential, because there was the potential for something to happen. I'll grant you that, and I'll say that's the closest you can get as well. But I'll grant you that it's possible there could have not been nothing, but there was just an absence of everything other than possibility. and it was possible for things to happen, but nothing was actually happening. It was possible for there to be somewhere, but there wasn't actually anywhere at the moment. But it was possible for there to eventually be somewhere because somewhere turned up. So it was always possible because it happened, therefore it must have been possible because it couldn't have been impossible, could it? You see, I'm not playing with the words, they define themselves. If it was impossible for something to happen, for something to come from nothing, if it was impossible for that to happen, well then it wouldn't have happened, would it? Because it would have been impossible. Because if it's actually impossible for it to happen, that means it can't happen. So if it did happen, it wasn't impossible, was it? It was possible. Which means in the nothingness that they're talking about, when they try and say that there was nothing and then poof, something suddenly happened, the potential for something to happen was there. Which means it wasn't nothing, it was potential. So what predated existence? Potential, under that framework, where it was nothing and then something. No existence at all, nothing existing, nowhere existing, no place existing, no realm, no zone, no God, no nothing, nothing. And then suddenly something. Well, that means it was possible for something to happen, which means potential. There was always potential. Well, under that frame, that means there was always potential, and then something did happen. Potentially something could happen, boys. Well, there's nothing though. How could anything? I don't know, but potentially something could. One day something could easily happen. Well, yeah, it could. Yeah, God knows what will happen in the end, though, eh? Yeah. And then suddenly something happened, and what happened was this: what we call existence. That's what happened under this framework where it was nothing, because I don't believe it was, but we're playing with the idea that it was and going through what it would mean if it was. This is how you can work things out and work out whether or not they couldn't be. And then you can remove them from the list of possibilities. Start trying to get into what actually did happen. Get me? The more possibilities we remove, the closer we are to being able to determine what might be true. Because as long as we have infinite possibilities, it's going to be impossible to determine what was actually true. And if you allow stupid statements like, there was nothing and then something happened, well, then you're going to need to explain the ramifications of that statement before you can be taken seriously. Because it sounds to me like you don't even understand what you're saying when you say it, and yet you suggest it like it's something that's supposed to be considered a serious possibility. As to what could have happened, where did the universe come from? Where did creation come from? What the hell happened? Yeah, right. So, what didn't happen was nothing and then something. That's not possible. There's always been something. Even if, in your weird framework of nothing into something, even if all it was potential. But like I was saying, into that potential. So there's absolute nothing, but there is potential. So it's not actually absolute nothing. Potential is something. Potential is a thing. Doesn't matter how potential it is, doesn't matter what's potential. It matters that potentiality is a thing. Therefore, if there is potentiality, something exists. Potentiality. If that's even a word. You know what I mean, even if it's not. I think it is. Anyway. Well, that means that in the nothing, whilst it was potential for this to happen, because this is what ended up happening, was it potential that other things could have happened? Now we're really into the unknown possibilities of the unknown unknowns. Yeah. Imagine there was a nothing, and then something happened, and so that means that when it was nothing, it wasn't actually nothing. It was something. It was the potential for something to happen. Right. And what eventually happened? This. Right. Well, what else could have happened? Because it was potential for something to happen. Was only one thing potential. In the imaginary, guys that were standing around watching the nothing, talking about it on their coffee break, yeah? Are they all standing around going, I wonder what might happen if something eventually happens? What are you talking about? There's only one thing that could happen. If something happens, it will just be one thing. There's only one thing that could potentially happen. Oh, is there only one thing that could potentially happen? Yeah. Or were they standing around saying, God, there's dozens and dozens of things that could potentially happen. I wonder which one it'll end up being. And it ended up being this one. This popped out of the nothing. How many other things could have popped out of the nothing? Because when talking about it in this way, talking about another thing popping out of the nothing isn't even a thing. We start getting into trying to describe things that aren't things. Yeah, it's like trying to describe new colours, It's like trying to describe a number, a whole number that fits between 5 and 6. If there was a nothing, and then something happened, and so it was potential for it was always possible for something to happen, how many things could have happened that didn't? How many other events? Because what happened was there was a nothing, and then suddenly there was a something. That's what happened. Under your guys' yeah? There was a nothing, and then something happened. Whatever it was, we don't know. But something happened, right? Yeah, right. So, that something happened. Right, well, I'm not saying what happened. You need to remember the specifics of it. I'm saying something happened. But something happening, not exactly what, just the fact that something happened. That is the thing that we're talking about. Nothing, and then something. Something doesn't matter what it was. It only matters that it is something, because there was nothing before that. So anything, no matter what it is, counts as something happening. Well, when we're talking about the potentials within the nothing, and then this is the potential that ended up happening, could other things have happened? Not as in could the physical universe have been different. I mean something happened. We get into could other non-things have happened? Well, I don't know, because we're into the most weird place, because you guys have invented it, because you've said that there is this thing that's called nothing, and somehow something happened from it, and by invoking that, you instantly say that possibility and potential was there in the nothing, so it wasn't actually nothing, so therefore how many other possibilities and potentials were there? What were the chances it was going to be this one? Was something, if there was more than one possibility, if there was only one possibility of something that could happen out of the nothing, and so this is the only thing that could have happened, that seems quite limiting, quite weird that constraint would be there. What the hell would make that constraint be there? Because it sounds like there shouldn't be one thing possible. It sounds like anything should have been possible, because there was no limits on possible unless there were, but if that's the case, the limits were in the nothing as well. So the limits, the possibilities and the limits on the possibilities all had to be in this thing that you're saying is nothing. There's a whole heap of stuff in this nothing. So it's not nothing, is it? Because it can't be nothing. Because there can't be nothing. There never was nothing. There never will be nothing. There can't be nothing. There has always been something. The natural state of existence is that something exists. And I don't care whether or not you think that's something that still needs to be proven. That's a question that we can't ever answer. Did something come from nothing, or was something always here? That's not a question. That's a stupid statement. Something has to have always been here. It can't have not, because it would still be not. Because nothing would have been able to happen, and it would still be nothing. Otherwise, the words don't mean anything. If nothing doesn't actually mean nothing, and nothing means all these magical weird powers that can eventually do things, well, then that's not what nothing means. So what are you talking about? Because you're saying the universe creation came from nothing, and acting like that's a potential answer to the question of what the hell's going on. Well, maybe it popped out of the nothing. As soon as you invoke the concept of nothing, you give up all rights to claim anything's happening, because nothing can happen. Nothing could have happened. So the only way that you can have your nothing and then something comes out of it is if there was already stuff there. The stuff that was able to make things happen. So it wasn't nothing, it was all that stuff. The natural state of existence is that something exists. It doesn't matter what it is, and it doesn't matter what it's doing, and it doesn't matter what it will do, and it doesn't matter where it will go, because there is only one place to go. There is only existence. That doesn't mean our physical universe is the only thing that exists. That means however much and other things there might be, they're all included in the word existence. The word existence doesn't mean anything unless what it means is things that exist. So as soon as you point to something like God and say God exists, you can't then say that God was there before existence, or God is outside of existence, or God created everything, because God can't create himself. And as soon as you ask a religious person that, or say that to a religious person, they will instantly say God's eternal. So your imaginary friend can be eternal, but existence itself can't just be eternal. That's too weird to imagine, is it? Oh my God, Brian, eternal? What, backwards forever? That doesn't even make any sense. Okay, so what made it all? God. Well, where did God come from? He's eternal. The same people who say it makes no sense if you say existence is eternal and it has always been here, no matter how much of a headfuck that might be. The same people who say that's a silly thing to say, how could it have not had a beginning, are the same people who say God didn't have a beginning. You dare to say God's eternal and never began, but anyone who suggests that actually the universe existence is what's eternal and never began, and God didn't create it, God's a part of it, you say that's silly and it's not possible, but God's eternal. Idiots. Liars. That's what it is. There is no question. Anyone who thinks it's still a question either doesn't understand what I'm saying, doesn't understand the subjects themselves, which is perfectly fine. I'm not knocking you for it. I'm just saying. It's not possible for nothing to do anything. Therefore, there can't have been a nothing. That should be enough on its own. But the fact that something exists means that there can't not have been an existence. Because it's here now. We know it's here. Therefore, it can't have never not been. Doesn't matter what it was. All the Big Bang can be correct, and it can all get shrunk down into a singularity. That singularity still has to be here. It didn't come from nowhere. You can't come from nowhere. You have to come from somewhere if you come from anywhere. Where did the universe come from? What sort of a question is that? You don't even realise what you're asking when you ask it. Where did the universe come from? Well, wherever it came from, under these contexts, wherever it came from would be part of the universe, wouldn't it? You can't come from nowhere. Where did the universe come from? It can't have came from anywhere. Wherever it came from, where's that? And why isn't that being included in what we're calling existence? Because it should be. You're not allowed to secretly stuff things in your back pocket and then pretend that they weren't part of existence when we were talking about existence. Where did existence come from? It can't have came from anywhere, because wherever you point to saying it came from, well, did that place exist? Well, then existence was already here then, wasn't it? Existence has to be. It can't not be. It doesn't matter what it is. It only matters that it is something. Therefore, it can't not be. And whatever it is changes into, or was, is whatever it is changes into, or was. And whatever actually happened, I don't mean when the universe started, because I'm saying now there was no start. Get used to it. Doesn't matter how little it makes sense. It doesn't matter. In the same way as infinitesimal exists even if the number itself doesn't make any sense. Infinity exists even if the number itself doesn't make any sense. Existence having an eternal backwards, not a loop, because loops aren't loops of time. Loops are loops of events. If the universe balloons and contracts and balloons and contracts and balloons and contracts, that's not time going forwards and backwards. Time would just keep ticking, and it would count the forwards, and it would count the motion as it moves backwards, and it would count the motion as it moves forwards, and it would still just be time totaling everything up as it normally does. You can't change time no matter which way you run. No matter how scared you are and how fast you go. Yeah, if you try hard enough, you can convince yourself that time's slowing down. How many people have had that happen in car accidents? Time slowed down. Did time slow down? Or did your perception of time slow down? Yeah, your perception of time. Because what actually happened was time didn't slow down. Your brain sped up in a panic and a crisis. Because your brain can work a lot faster than it normally does. It just doesn't need to. That's heavy on the resources. But under a stress panic in the heat of the moment of a car crash, it can feel like things slow down, right? Do you actually think that car is now slowed down? Because if it was, it wouldn't have done nearly as much damage as it did when it hit your car, but it still did the same amount of damage as if it was doing 40 mile an hour. But you saw it moving slow. Oh, so your perception of time has got nothing to do with time. Time's still happening, your car still got hit. Even though you saw everything moving slow, it wasn't actually moving slow. When the man goes away in the rocket ship at light speed, he sees everything moving slow, but it's not actually moving slow. Perception is not the same as time. Perception of time is not time. They're wrong. And I don't care how arrogant you think I am saying that. The only reason you think I'm arrogant when I say that is because I don't have a tweed jacket and a pipe standing in front of a chalkboard. And you need to really think about the fact that that is why you think I can't be right. Because I'd rather be wrong than smoke a pipe. Oh, I don't like the smell of pipe tobacco. It's fucking horrible. Oh. No, the taste. Sorry, I like the smell. The taste. Sorry, not the smell. Cigars I'm not a fan of the smell of. I love the smell of pipe tobacco. It's got a love. Anyway. Shut up, Brian, is it? Anyway. I don't care if you think I'm arrogant when I say I'm right. You need to look how much waffling I've done, and then you need to stop thinking it's waffling and start looking at the questions I'm trying to explain and answer and prove, and realise that they're some of the deepest questions that have ever been asked, and maybe it warrants a little bit of talking. Maybe you can't explain it in a chat box. Serious subjects. You think truth doesn't matter? Said that in other videos. The concept of absolute truth is one of the most important realizations the world needs to come to. Fast. Because almost all of our cultural issues come from the idea that you're allowed to have your own truth, and there is no such thing as absolute truth, and so we don't get to say that there is an absolute truth and your claim needs to be proven before it's respected. Everyone wants respect for their claims. I think there's a God. Great. Nothing wrong with that. Well, you have to respect it. No, I don't. Why would I have to respect your imaginary friend? Unless you can demonstrate it's not an imaginary friend. Because I'll give the same respect to your imaginary friend as I give to little Timmy's imaginary friend. Excuse me. And people don't like that. People don't like that comparison. Religious people don't like being compared to a 5-year-old with an imaginary friend because they don't feel like 5-year-olds and they feel like it's being belittled by saying that. But what it is accurately and technically saying that there is no difference between what you are proposing and what a 5-year-old proposes. 5-year-old thinks his imaginary friend is real. You think yours is real. The only difference between your imaginary friend and little Timmy's imaginary friend is little Timmy came up with his imaginary friend all on his own because he's very clever, whereas you couldn't even come up with your own imaginary friend. You had to listen to someone else tell you that there is an imaginary friend and you believed in theirs. You couldn't have your own imaginary friend, you believed in your next door neighbour's imaginary friend. You had your next door neighbour's imaginary friend round for dinner. And your parents laid the table for him. God's an imaginary friend until you can prove it's not. Because everything that you say about what you're saying God is no different to an imaginary friend. Do you think little Timmy has never had an imaginary friend that had magic powers? Lots of children's imaginary friends have magic powers. Your God having magic powers doesn't make him different to an imaginary friend. You're just imagining a friend that's got magic powers. absolute truth is extremely important. Not just working out what is actually the truth about certain things. Obviously that's important or not important depending on the thing you're trying to work out. The fact that there is an absolutely true answer to absolutely everything is a fact. And the fact that that fact isn't recognized and used as a bedrock is a problem. That's the problem with religions and why they squabble with each other. That's the problem with cultural groups and why they squabble with each other. Because they all think they're true, because they think they're allowed to call truth just whatever they reckon. Well, it feels like that to me. That's not the same as truth. But most of the world is acting like it is. Felt like that guy was really rude to me then. Well, was he? Because you might be misinterpreting it. You don't care, because you felt like he was. So someone's upset with something that you did, and instead of recognising they've got a good reason to be upset with something that you did, you feel like they're just being angry for no reason. Because that's a nice deflection from having to admit what you actually did, and that they've got a point to be upset with what you actually did. But you think you're just allowed to have your own truth, and you never feel like you need to go and apologise to that person because you think the only reason they were upset is because they were just arbitrarily upset for no reason, because that's what you felt like it was. You don't get your own truth. You're either right or wrong. Incorrect or correct. Truth is the absolute primary of existence. It's got absolutely nothing to do with perception, and somehow that's been allowed to creep in as being something that can decide truth. That's not what decides truth. The only time that your perception decides truth is when somebody asks the question, what do you perceive? And when you tell them what you perceive, that's what's true about what you perceive. If someone comes up to me and says, hey Brian, what's your perception at the moment? And I say, well, I had mushrooms for dinner, so I perceive the trees to be dancing. So that's true. I answered their question, and it was true that is what I perceived. But that doesn't mean that it's true the tree is dancing, obviously. But you guys seem to be taking that premise, exactly the same premise that somebody on psychedelic drugs would somehow be confusing what they see with actual reality. I saw the tree dancing, therefore the tree is alive and dancing. No. It's possible the tree might be alive and dancing, but just because you saw it whilst you were on psychedelics doesn't make it true, does it? No, it makes it a possibility or something like that. Oh, that's mad, isn't it? Oh, God. Yeah. Not true, though. Well, what's going on culturally, politically, interpersonally? Is people thinking they're allowed to just have their own truth and they don't actually need to make sure what they think is right is actually right. And they're acting on what they think is right without checking first. Now, if that only affects you, that's fine. You can do what you want with you. You're allowed to make an informed bad decision. Never mind, yeah? That's what liberty is, by the way. The principle of liberty is you being allowed to do whatever you want as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else, even if it hurts you, as long as we under the assumption that you are aware of the fact it might hurt you. Because if you're so unaware of the fact it might even hurt you, well, maybe somebody does need to intervene quickly and let you know. And then once you know that you could get seriously hurt, well, then you're free to jump out the plane with a parachute, aren't you? Because you're making an informed bad decision. Because technically, jumping out of a plane with a parachute is a bad decision when staying alive is the goal. Technically speaking. Obviously, fun and all these personal choices come into it and decide whether or not something's a good choice for you or not, because you consider taking the risk to be small or worth it. Cool. But it is still a risk, technically. You're risking your life for fun. And if the goal is to stay alive, then that's not a very good idea. But you're still allowed to do it, because you're allowed to make an informed bad decision if you want. Right. But that's not the same as people being allowed to have their own truth. You don't get to have your own truth just because you feel like something. It's really important. Because even most of the people who do all of the write books and do televised debates and are scholars and respected in their fields and all the rest of it, none of them want to talk about the concept of absolute truth being fundamental throughout the universe and there is no other thing. There isn't anywhere where truth doesn't exist. There isn't anywhere where things aren't absolutely true. 1 + 1 = 2, no matter where you are. No matter how many levels of the universe there are, no matter how many gods there are, if there's godsies, doesn't matter. None of them can make 1 + 1 = anything other than 2. There can't be a dimension where 1 + 1 = 3. That wouldn't be 1 + 1, it'd be 1.5 + 1.5. Whatever's happening in that dimension, 1 doesn't actually equal 1. 1 equals 1.5. Well, we're not talking about 1.5 + 1.5. You don't get to invoke these other dimensions and say that other things might be going on there, and then also say that it is 1 + 1 taking place. 1 + 1 is 2. You don't get to go somewhere else and change the symbols and pretend you're still doing 1 + 1, and it equals something else. No. The truth is the truth everywhere, at all times. And if it's possible for certain things change. Like today it's true that my hair is this long. And tomorrow, my hair length will have slightly changed. And so the truth about the length of my hair will have changed. That's true. The truth can change. But the truth always changes to be whatever the truth is now. It doesn't change into something that's suddenly not true. If my hair grows by an inch, that doesn't mean it's not true that it used to be an inch shorter. Those events still happened. My hair can't grow another inch unless it's already grown the first inch. You can't grow a second inch without growing the first inch first. The truth has to happen in order for the next thing to happen. It has to be true that this happened in order for the next thing to happen. So if you fall over, it has to be true that you started falling over. The truth is the only thing that exists. It's the only thing that can exist. And it's the only thing that will ever exist. And it can't not. It can't stop existing. Existence can't stop existing. It can't suddenly stop. That's not a thing. It didn't start. But even if it did, it didn't. Don't need to include it. It didn't start. Existence has always been here. Therefore, existence can't stop existing. You can't suddenly just go to nowhere. You can't go to nowhere. There's nowhere to go to. You can't take a thing and put it nowhere. So here's all this stuff, and you're just going to say it vanishes. What does vanish mean under them contexts? Becomes invisible. We can't see it. But it still has to be there, because unless you're saying it physically moved, where did it go? Because the universe can't go anywhere. There is existence, and that's the only place there is, and you can't go anywhere else. You can go to another part of existence, but you can't go outside of existence. You can't stop existing. Now, don't get too carried away, because it looks like things can die, but dying isn't technically stopping existing. Your body still exists, and it decays, and it stays part of the universe. It can't not. It can't go. There isn't anywhere else for it to go. The thing that we're saying has died, that might not, that then stops existing, would be this consciousness thing that we're talking about. Well, that's the same as turning a computer on and turning a computer off. That doesn't mean everything stopped existing. When you turn your computer off, all the stuff doesn't stop existing. The game is still the game, you're just not playing it at the moment. But the game still exists. You're just not playing it anymore. You've stopped playing. Right. Well, if there are other levels and our consciousness continues, well then maybe our consciousness also can't stop. But under the presumption that it looks like consciousness stops when we die, that's not saying that something can exist and then suddenly not exist. No, your body still exists. Your body died. Just like when you turn the computer off, the computer still exists. Nothing stopped existing. So when you turn off, that wouldn't mean you stopped existing. It'd mean you'd been turned off. There is no way there is no way that existence can stop existing. Yeah? Talking about these more microscopic level things in terms of an individual event coming to its conclusion, that's not the same as something suddenly not existing anymore. You don't get to say something like, well, mammoths used to exist and now they're extinct, so mammoths don't exist anymore. Yeah, that's true. Mammoths walking around don't exist anymore. But their bodies still exist. What are you on about? The mammoth's thoughts? Well, they stop existing the second you stop thinking them. I had a thought yesterday. That thought doesn't exist anymore. Well, no. It does in that sense. It happened, therefore it's always true that it did happen. It's not happening now, though. It stopped happening. That doesn't mean it never existed. It doesn't exist and all of that sort of a junk. Existence can't stop existing. There's nowhere else for it to go. God's not above it or outside it. If God's outside of existence, then what the hell does existence even mean? God's outside of time. Well, then how does he do anything? How did God make the world in 7 days without time? How did God make the world in 7 steps, not days, because it doesn't need to be days. That would sound like I'm trying to fucking slip in a thing there that I wasn't meaning to slip in. It was just because that's the way they word it. But what they actually mean when you press them on the theology of it all is that actually it wasn't 7 days because there weren't even stars and planets, and a day is the rotation of the Earth. So there was no days, but they just used that as their thing. So what they actually mean is in steps. God made the universe in steps. Oh, did he? Did he do step 1 first? That's weird. Did he finish doing step 1 before he did step 4? He did. He didn't do all the steps at exactly the same time. He did step 1 and then step 2 and then step 3. That's weird. He did them in sequential order. I wonder why he did his events unfolded in sequential order. I wonder why. Could it be because time was already there? Because God didn't invent time? Because God can't invent time. God can't get out of time. If God exists, he's within time. If God is doing things, time has to exist just in order for God to be able to do anything. God's not outside of time. People who say these sorts of things just think that they're allowed to say anything, and because they're talking about God, you're not allowed to question it. I'm not questioning God, I'm questioning what you are trying to say about God. You got to remember, no one in the history of the universe has ever actually questioned God. The only thing that's ever been questioned is what you claim about God. Why wouldn't that be questioned? Who the hell are you to make claims about God? I think God doesn't like fish. I think God likes it when you do that. What? Those things might be good, but how the hell do you know God thinks them? How dare ya? How dare ya? And those sorts of people are the ones who then turn around and say, well, God's outside of time, that's why it still makes sense. No, that doesn't make sense. That's the most stupid thing in the world. That's the most stupid thing you could ever say. God is outside of time. You can say God's eternal. God might be eternal as well. But God's not outside of time. God just doesn't care about time. Fine. He doesn't care how long it takes to do things because he's got all the time in the world, but it still does take time to do things. Because you can't do a sequential order. You can't have sequence if time doesn't exist. So God can't do things in order if there isn't time happening for things to unfold. He can't punch himself in the face if there's no time. He needs time for his hand to get up to his head. You know, these things are all self-evident. This isn't messing about. I end up getting my ego out again. Tell you I'm wrecking the entire thing, but you know, try and not do all that. So, even though the majority of scientists, if you want to call them that, physicists, if you want to call them that, cosmology guys, whatever, theoretical guys, whatever, because most of them don't actually say that there was nothing before the Big Bang. That's not what science says. Science doesn't claim that there was nothing before the Big Bang. Science claims it doesn't know what was there before the Big Bang because it doesn't know exactly what the Big Bang was. It only thinks that it happened. It's cool. So science isn't making wild claims about the origins of the universe. Science doesn't know where the universe came from because I think most scientists would know that simply by asking that question you are invoking another place that has to also be explained. You're just shunting the problem. It's the same when they invent God and say God's the reason you're just shunting the problem. Same questions exist as soon as you get to God. Where did God come from and why is he allowed to be eternal? Most scientists understand that, so they don't presume that there was absolutely nothing. They just say it was this weird singularity thing and they're not quite sure what that was because it breaks everything. But they're just postulating that that must be what it is because they see everything expanding and they backtrack it. Now you've got to remember, based on that, and that is up until, they've got a bit more evidence since then, but that is the main reason for why they assumed everything was compressed into a single lump in the Big Bang, because they see everything expanding, and if you were to then imagine what it's been doing, it will have been closer together in the past. It's expanding now, so it was closer together in the past. It's a good assumption. It is an assumption, though. Technically speaking, it's an assumption. You don't actually know what has affected the motion of the universe. Therefore, it might not have been expanding for very long. It might have only started expanding recently because some weird thing happened to make it start expanding a couple of billion years ago. But for the first 10 billion years, it wasn't actually expanding. It's only been expanding for 2 billion years. There's no way to actually determine that. We don't, yeah. We just work under the assumption that, and it's a safe assumption. I'm not trying to say, I am going to destroy it in a minute, but it's a safe assumption to make. It makes sense. You can see it expanding, even though you can't. But we'll get into that in a minute. You can see it expanding, and so it makes sense to backtrack it and say that it was all compressed. And because they've postulated that, they have then been able to take approximate calculations for how much mass there is that they can see at the moment in the universe. All the stars and the planets and the gases and the galaxies and everything all added up. They can do an approximation on it, basically. And they can say, this is how much stuff there was all compressed together. Right. And then they're able to say, based on that, we can start doing calculations as to how those things would have interacted with each other. What would have happened a microsecond after the Big Bang? Well, it depends what the Big Bang was, doesn't it? They think they're allowed to backtrack, calculate, and then say that, well, if it was this much mass, and if you compressed it by this much, these are the things that would happen, and we think the reverse order of that would be this. That's why you get weird things like inflation and stuff like that, because they need to explain weird things that they come across all of a sudden, and so they have to then slip another bit in because they realised that they didn't know what they were trying to explain when they started doing the maths on the few seconds after the Big Bang. They didn't know what they were trying to explain when they first started doing it. They're just doing that based on the fact that they've observed everything's expanding, and so if you backtrack that, it was all compressed, and so therefore let's start doing the math on that, boys. Cool. But you don't even know the universe is expanding yet. Yeah, I said it. You don't even know the universe is expanding, and the Big Bang relies on the universe expanding. Now, I'm not about to talk about steady state. I'm about to talk about how they have determined the universe is expanding. Expanding. Not that there was a big explosion and, like you might expect shrapnel in an explosion, to go flying away. Not that sort of expansion. They're on about the actual space between objects growing. Even though the objects might be moving towards each other, the space in between them is growing. My fists are coming together, but somehow the space in between them is growing so fast that it's actually moving them apart, but their actual trajectory is moving towards each other. This galaxy's orbit happens to be coming this way, and this galaxy's orbit happens to be coming this way, but because they're so far apart, even though their own inertial trajectory is coming towards each other, the scientists are saying that the space that's expanding between the two of them is expanding so fast that not only does it counteract the very quick head-on collision that two galaxies that are 5 billion light years apart, so they're at no risk of ever hitting each other, it just so happens that their relative motions happen to, within their own local frames, the galaxy's own motion happens to be on its orbit that's coming up and boom. And they're saying that the space between them is growing so quick that even though the galaxies are moving towards each other, the distance between them is actually increasing. That's what they mean when they say the space is expanding between two things. They don't mean the two things are actually flying away from each other. The two things could be bloody moving head-on collision. They're saying the actual distance between the two of them. It's like, how far is it from here to the shop? It's a mile away. Right, well, if I run towards the shop, does the distance get bigger or shorter? It gets shorter. The only way the distance could get bigger is if the shop was moving away, or if you just magic new space in between it. Well, they're saying that new space is magicking in between it. Yeah, and they're saying it's magicking as well. They're saying quantum. Yeah, they don't dare say it's stretching because they know they wouldn't dare. They have to invoke quantum event level bits of space popping up. Ping, 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 ping. Random. Completely random, tiny, microscopic, beyond microscopic. Quantum event. Quantum size event. Happenings. Where between one galaxy and another galaxy, that's 10 billion light years apart, they're saying that all along the line, all between point A and point B, all the way along, at any random second, there's loads of tiny little specks of extra space that's being created on this quantum level, and over gigantic distances, that actually adds up to something meaningful. There's so many specks happening, here, there, here a dot, there a dot, yeah? That's what they're saying is happening. That's how they're saying the universe is expanding. You do understand that, don't you? They're not saying that the universe is stretching like a fabric, because they would need to explain that bugger. Yeah? You can't stretch space like a fabric indefinitely. If space is a fabric, the way they're saying, I'm almost doing this. No, I'm not. I'm doing it the right way around. It just doesn't matter. There's two different methods that have been proposed for how the universe is expanding. Both of those methods that have been proposed, the force that drives them is what gets called dark energy. Okay? That's what they call dark energy. Dark matter, yeah, which you might have heard of, yeah, is what they call the stuff, because they see galaxies far away, and they can see the galaxies orbiting each other and this sort of a thing, and they can see the galaxies themselves and all that sort of a thing. Because they're able to kind of measure how much mass they can see in the galaxy, they're able to sort of measure its gravity and how it would be moving within its local area, and they can see that galaxies aren't behaving in the way they should if the only stuff that was there is the stuff that we can see. It looks like they're moving in a way that would suggest there's a lot more stuff there, a lot more mass, but we can't see it. We don't know what it is, but its gravitational effect appears to be there. Yeah, and because they can see what appears to be the effect of additional gravity, they invoke what they call dark matter. And the only reason they call it dark is because they don't know what it is. It's not because it's actually dark. They don't know. They don't know what it is, therefore they call it dark. So that's what dark matter is. Dark matter is the name that they give to what they believe to be the stuff that is responsible for this extra gravity that they see in the way that galaxies are moving and orbiting and rotating and all the rest of it. And the speed of the rotations and things like that. They call it dark matter. Well, dark energy is what they call whatever it is that is the force that's driving this expansion of space that they say is happening, right? Well, the expansion that they say is happening, the only reason that they're suggesting that that's happening is because they have observed, and this is an observation at the very least, this is at least one observation they have actually got, although their conclusions for it are still thin as... But anyway, because they observed the light from distant galaxies is redshifted. Yeah? That's trust me. They observed that the light from distant galaxies was redshifted. Not only did they observe that it was redshifted, but it appeared to be kind of uniformly redshifted. So no matter which direction you look, it was sort of redshifted in the same amount, assuming you're looking the same distance away. So 10 billion light years that way and 10 billion light years that way. Doesn't matter which way you look, the light was redshifted similar amounts from 10 billion light years away, no matter which way we look. So that gives the impression that the universe is expanding in all directions at the same time. Yeah? Of course, they haven't demonstrated the light's actually redshifted yet. Yeah. They're demonstrating that they are seeing red light, not red light, but light that they presume should be a particular frequency, and by the time it gets here, it looks like it's been stretched because it shouldn't be the light that gets to us after it's been traveling for 10 billion years from a galaxy that's not just 10 billion light years away. Isn't just a distance, it's also a time. It's 10 billion years ago. So a galaxy that formed at least 10 billion years ago, which is one of the very early galaxies, and when we start looking out to the extreme galaxies, they're more and more redshifted, which is what made them think, yeah? But they've only got presumption and proposals as to what those galaxies, what was actually happening locally, where those galaxies were 10 billion years ago, wherever that galaxy happened to be 10 billion years ago, because the universe was a lot smaller 10 billion years ago, wasn't it? A lot smaller. Right. And if its expansion is exponential, then it was a lot smaller than it is right now, because the last 10 billion years of expansion have done an awful amount. So how close was the galaxy actually to us, according to them, 10 billion years ago? Because I know where it is now, but where were we then? I know our galaxy hadn't formed yet, but where our physical location existed. The place where our galaxy is a place. Our galaxy formed over there, and then it flew along here, and then eventually we're here looking at that galaxy now, today. This is where our galaxy happens to be. But this physical location already existed in order for the light from that galaxy that's 10 billion light years away to be travelling here in the first place. The light can't travel here unless here already exists. So here doesn't have to have anything in it, and then our galaxies floated along here, and we see the light from 10 billion light years away. But where were both of those things 10 billion years ago? Our physical location right now, not on the planet, our galaxy's physical location right now. And that galaxy's physical location 10 billion years ago. Well, anyway, we don't know. My point was we don't know. We just assume everything was a little bit closer together because we have observed the redshift of the light. Now, even though that sounds like a little petty thing that I just tried to say there, in terms of saying that because they don't know what was occurring at the source, they think they can look at distant galaxies and say the light that's coming from that galaxy should be this, and it's not. It's been light has been shifted a little bit towards the redder end of the spectrum. That's what they say. But their claim is the only reason the light has been redshifted is because they claim that the light should be this, but it's not. It's been redshifted. Okay. Well, I would love to see your proof for what it should have been, but I'll grant you've got it. How you know what was happening to those galaxies 10 and 12 billion years ago that might have changed the type of light that was being emitted at the source. How you could possibly know that for sure is quite a feat, but I'll grant, some of you are really clever, I'll grant that somehow you've managed to work out that the galaxies 10 and 12 billion years ago that you're looking at now, that then 10 and 12 billion years ago, where the local universe was very different, couldn't have been affecting the galaxies and the star formations and all of these sorts of things, so as that the light that was being emitted was naturally a little bit more red than you would expect. Oh, all the stars back then were all just hydrogen because that's all there was, and hydrogen's this particular type of light, and so da-da-da-da-da. What were the conditions of the physical universe 10 billion years ago? You don't know for sure, do you? You can only do your backtrack and kind of guess. But maybe this is something that you would need to determine before you would be able to then conclusively conclude that the reason that the light is actually redshifted and that it wasn't emitted from its source with that. How do you know that the light that left the galaxy wasn't just a little bit red when it left, when it was emitted? How do you know? You don't. You're presuming, and it's a fair presumption, but it is a presumption. So what you've done is, though, you've taken that as rock solid. The light is definitely redshifted, and the only way redshifting happens is the Doppler effect, which means it's moving away from us or we're moving away from it, or both. Yeah? But the Doppler effect's talking about the source and the receiver. It's not talking about the gap in the middle. What you guys are talking about is the gap in the middle getting bigger. That's space. What's the distance between point A and point B? Assuming point A and point B aren't moving. Well, according to science, it's ever increasing. 2 points can't be still. It's ever increasing. There is no distance between point A and B. It's constantly changing because the space between them is expanding. The distance between them is expanding. Not the objects. The objects aren't moving away from each other. The objects could be moving towards each other. It doesn't matter. They're saying that the distance between the objects is just getting bigger, and that's pushing the objects away, even if the objects are flying towards each other still. They don't dare try and explain any of these actual motions. The physical reality of what they're saying taking place, where a galaxy is moving in a trajectory towards us, and our galaxy is moving in a trajectory towards that. But it just so happens to be 10 billion light years apart. And even though we're doing 50,000 miles an hour towards them, and they're doing 50,000 miles an hour towards us, that's a 100,000 mile head-on collision. The light should be squashed. The Doppler effect should be squashed. If two objects are coming towards each other, the light should be squashed. But under this, what they're saying is, because they're not even saying it's the Doppler effect doing it, which is so weird because the whole point of the redshift is the Doppler effect. But anyway, they're saying that even though the two objects are moving towards each other, which should blue shift the light, they're saying that because the distance is growing a lot faster than the two objects are moving towards each other, it counteracts the blue and takes it further into the red. Whoa. Even two galaxies that are moving in a head-on collision with each other at great distances, even they are, their actual head-on motion speed is being negated by the expansion of the universe, and the expansion of the universe is also adding on top extra more to mean that they're no longer just not moving towards each other, they're now moving apart, even though in their own inertial frames they're actually still moving towards each other. And that's the bit I'm talking about. What they don't talk about is the inertial frame of that galaxy. That's what causes the redshift or the blue shift. The Doppler effect is caused by the source or the receiver. When a train goes by, if you are standing still and a train goes by on the other side of the field, and you hear it in the distance and it gets close and then it goes away again, because you're standing still and the train is moving. So the train's moving towards you, the sound wave gets crushed. As the train moves away from you, the sound wave gets stretched, because the sound wave is emanating from a moving object. That's what causes the Doppler effect. Or the receiver moving. The train stands still and does its hump hump, yeah, but I drive past in a car. Same effect. I get exactly the same effect. The noise gets squashed as I move close, and it gets squashed and it gets stretched as I move further away. Because what's actually happening, the noise itself, as I drive past, isn't being changed. What's changing is I'm running head on into it and making the waves shorter because I'm running into them. And when I'm running away from them, the waves appear longer. They're not, they just take longer to get to me, and so they have the same effect as having a longer wavelength. But technically the sound wave that's coming from the train's horn hasn't changed in wavelength. The Doppler effect is on sentience. It's on the recording instruments. It's not on the actual sound wave itself unless the source object is moving. When the source object is moving, that does change the sound wave. It crushes its own sound wave. It catches up with its own sound wave, if you want to think of it like that. Obviously it doesn't, but you know what I mean. In terms of the length of its sound wave, of the noise when it pulls its horn, whoop. If the train's doing head on, and the noise from the horn is going head on, well then the sound has to have the train speed minused off of it in terms of the length of the sound wave, not in terms of the sound's actual speed. I don't mean how quickly the sound is travelling through the air. I mean the length of the sound waves that changes the pitch of the noise. The length of the sound wave isn't being changed when the train is stationary, even though when you drive past it, you hear it change. The sound isn't actually changing. Your interaction with the sound wave is what's changing. The sound wave's not changing. The only time the sound wave changes is when the source object, the train itself, is moving. Yeah? And so then when it pulls its horn, as it gets closer to you, yeah, the sound wave itself is being squashed. And as it moves away and pulls its horn and it's getting further away from you, the sound wave itself is being stretched out. So you couldn't hear it differently. If you were standing still, you'd have to run towards the train and catch up with it in order to stop that stretched sound wave from sounding stretched, but it would still be stretched because the source object is what generated it, and the source object decides the actual state of the wave. So when you're talking about galaxies that are 10 billion light years away, and you're saying that because you see a redshift in the light, which you haven't even proved is a redshift, you've only proved it appears to be a little bit more in the red spectrum than you would assume it should be, but you've got no way of proving and or determining that it definitely was under the same conditions that you're assuming it was under. Oh, it was a hydrogen star, was it? That's fine. And hydrogen emits this particular frequency of light, does it? That's fine. What happens when it's under extreme forces and tensions and stresses and weird forces in the early years, in the beginning forming stages of the universe? What happens to the light emitted from a hydrogen star then? Do you know? No, you don't know. Maybe the light that gets emitted from a star that's under them conditions happens to be a little bit more in the red spectrum and it hasn't been shifted at all. Or maybe the source object, the galaxy itself, was moving away from us. Right, well in an explosion you would expect that to happen. you would expect the fastest moving shrapnel to be furthest away and the slowest moving shrapnel to be closer to the origin point. So the further away we look, the faster things are moving, and they think that that's evidence of making the universe is expanding via the space itself actually expanding between the points. And when you do that in a theoretical sort of an idea and try and think about everything spreading out, the 2 points aren't moving, the space in between them is moving, and that's the same for everywhere. And so the further away you get from any one point, all the spaces stretching adds up to even more. And so 2 points here might only be moving away slowly, but once you get really far away, then these 2 points that are millions and millions of miles, they're moving away from each other really, really quickly. That's what they concluded. When they were saying that the galaxies that are furthest away appear to be more redshifted than the galaxies that are closer to us. The galaxies that are closer to us are redshifted a little bit, so they're moving away from us a little bit. And the galaxies that are really, really far away, the further away you get, the faster they're moving away. Right, okay. Well, that's because the space is compoundingly expanding. Whoa, wait a minute, you jumped there quickly. If the Big Bang happened, which is what you're saying, this is all products of the Big Bang, according to you. I'm only granting that you're measuring the fucking light from those galaxies and seeing it's a little bit redder than you expected it to be. Okay. You're the ones who are saying there was a Big Bang and that's why everything's moving. But then you forget that part when it comes to the moving. Space isn't being created. We'll have to get to that after this. This is important. As in, the expansion of the universe is quite a settled argument, and it shouldn't be. Because their reasons for thinking it's expanding are bonehead. They've just missed loads of stuff and just jumped to the conclusion. They're acting like they've used the Doppler effect to explain the expansion, to prove the expansion of the universe, and then they've completely misunderstood what the Doppler effect actually is. I'll give you an example of it again using the train so as that you can see what they're saying is happening. And how even if what they're saying was happening, it wouldn't have the effect that they're saying it has had on the light. It wouldn't stretch the light. Even if the universe is expanding in the way that they say it's expanding, it still wouldn't stretch the light in the way that the light has supposedly been stretched. I'll prove that now. The train on the other side of the field, because that's what we're talking about. It doesn't matter if it's close or far. Doesn't matter. That's what we're talking about. The train on the other side of the field, pardon me, it has its effect, its Doppler effect, which is what the redshifting of the light is, and why they've assumed it's caused by motion. They're assuming it's the Doppler effect happening, and that they're observing the Doppler effect of something moving away from us. Because light does the same as sound if the source object is moving away, if the two objects are moving away from each other, one way or another. Doesn't matter if they're both moving away from each other, or if one is stationary and the other one's moving away, or, yeah, it doesn't matter. If someone's chasing me and they're running at 10 miles an hour and I run away and I run at 100 miles an hour, well, even though we're both moving in the same direction, the distance between us is still getting bigger, isn't it? Because I'm running faster than they are and they're already behind me. Right. The train on the other side of the field that's moving towards you, you're standing on the other side of the field in the middle, and the train's going to go past on the other side of the field. Yeah? And you hear it. As it gets closer, the sound wave gets squashed. And as it goes past, the sound wave is stretched because you're standing still. Right? Now, if you weren't standing still whilst the train runs past, you could add additional effects to your perception of that sound wave. But you couldn't change the actual physical sound wave that was emanating from the train just by you moving. You can only move your perception of it once it gets there, because if you run away from the sound, you're going to make them sound like they're a lower pitch because you're running away from them. So you're making them take longer to get to you, but you're not increasing the actual length of the sound wave. You don't increase the distance between the crests. You run away from the crest and it just takes longer for the back end of the crest to get to you. That's not changing the sound wave. So an observer who was measuring the sound wave, not perceiving it, who was measuring the sound wave, if you were stationary and you measured the sound wave that comes off the train, as the train moves towards you and it moves away, you'd see the sound wave get compressed and you'd see the sound wave get stretched. Now you keep that measuring device there that's measuring the sound that comes off the train. It's measuring the Doppler effect as the train goes by, because the Doppler effect's real, obviously. Yeah. But then you'll get somebody else, a second person who's watching the train, they're going to run away from the train. First person's going to stay there with the recording equipment to record the Doppler effect of the train, of the sound wave that's emanated from the train. That person's going to run away. The person who runs away will hear the noise differently. And if they happen to have a microphone on them, because the microphone is also moving, they would hear a change. Yeah, they would affect the Doppler effect. They would add to it or reduce it, depending on if they're running away from the train or running towards the train, because the train is also moving. The train is moving towards them and then away from them, and they're standing in the middle. They can either choose to run head on straight towards the train now, or they can start running away from the train. Either which way, they kind of soften the effect of the Doppler effect from their perception. But the stationary recording equipment that records the sound wave that comes off of the train, it would record the stationary normal Doppler effect that it was getting. It wouldn't record the additional Doppler effect that person would perceive because they were running away from it at the same time. Okay, that's fine. What they're saying is happening is that the distance between the two objects, so the train is moving and I'm here on the other side of the field. Oh, damn it, I was meant to do that a minute ago. And I'm here on the other side of the field. And I'm getting ready to watch the train go by, and I'm not moving. The train is. I can be moving a little bit as well, bugger it, doesn't matter. I can be walking around in circles in the car park on the other side of the field, and the train's about to go past. Yeah, cool. So I am moving. I'm not completely stationary. Yeah, they're saying that whilst you're standing there watching the train go by and the train is moving, causing the Doppler effect, the distance between you, the size of the field, you're in the car park on one side of the field and the train track's on the other side of the field, and they're saying that the field is getting bigger. Okay, I'll grant that. I'll grant that for now. I'll grant that somehow the field is getting bigger. And the train tracks on one side of the field and the car park on the other side of the field somehow don't feel the inertia of having they're being accelerated. If that field grows in distance, it has to push the train track and the car park. It has to push them. The field can't grow in distance without pushing the car park and pushing the train tracks. It has to push them. That's relative inertial frame change. You're supposed to feel that. You're supposed to feel that. You don't feel the rotation of the Earth and the rotation of the galaxies, yeah, because they're so uniform. Their rate doesn't change in any way that you could ever notice it. But when you're talking about galaxies that are 10 billion light years away, the rate at which the scientists are saying that the space between those two objects is expanding so quick that it has you almost doing light speed. They actually propose, speculate, postulate that the reason we can't see past the event horizon, the observable horizon of the universe, the reason that when we look out far enough that galaxies start thinning out and there's not as many of them is not just because we're looking backwards in time as well and that it's very, very old, but that there are some galaxies that are so far away that the space that's expanding has added up so much that it is moving faster than light speed. You would feel that. That's inertia. That's added inertia coming from somewhere. Outside of your inertial frame, you should feel that. That's like some big alien coming along and pushing the Earth all of a sudden and no one feeling a thing. No, you'd feel that. Why do we not feel it? We should feel the expansion. We shouldn't feel the rotation of the galaxy. We will, yeah, that's a steady motion. But the expansion of the universe isn't steady, is it? So we should feel the change, and we don't. Almost like it's not happening. Anyway, jumping ahead of myself now. Need to prove what I'm talking about. When they say that the universe is expanding, the only reason they say it is because they measured the redshift of the light. They can't even demonstrate. Number one, they cannot demonstrate for sure that the galaxies 10 billion years ago, or anywhere, didn't have different conditions happening to them. They're not able to replicate the experiment in order to say that the light that has been emitted from that galaxy should have been this frequency, and we've measured it to be shifted a little bit in the red spectrum. Well, how are you able to verify what it should have been? Because you can't perform the experiment. You don't know what the conditions of the experiment are. You can't replicate the conditions from 10 billion years ago because you don't know what they were. And obviously we can't build a star, obviously, at the moment. I mean, in the future we'll be able to. But anyway, mechanically it's not difficult. They're just big. Mechanically it's not difficult to build a star. You just need shitloads of stuff and throw it all together. And a star just happens on its own once you get enough stuff together. Literally, that's all it is. It's like building a big pile. And if the pile gets big enough, it turns into a star. That's actually how you build a star. So it's not technically difficult. The only reason we can't do it is because we don't want to put the resources into doing it. But all you're actually doing is having enough energy to be able to move lots of stuff. Right, well, so anyway. But at the moment we can't. They can't replicate the experiment. They can't prove that the light is redshifted. They can only prove that it's not what they expected it to be. Well, why did you expect it? You were looking to see what's happening. Why the hell are you expecting things already? You're supposed to be looking to see what's happening. Not looking at what's happening and then saying, oh, I didn't expect that to happen. Something else was supposed to happen. Well, if you know what's meant to be happening, why the hell are you even checking? The reason you're checking is because you don't know what's supposed to be happening. You're trying to find out what's happening, aren't you? Right. So they measured the light, and it appears to be redshifted. Okay, and I'll grant you the presumption because it seems to be the same uniform in all directions. So it would make sense because otherwise it looks like we're very close to the origin point of the Big Bang. Not a moral and or spiritual centre of the universe. Oh, Earth, the centre of the universe. Oh, Brian, do you think the universe revolves around you? Or do you think the universe revolves around... actually, yeah. Not me. Well, me, because I'm on this planet as well, so I count as well. But what I mean is that they said that there was a Big Bang. Everything's expanding, and so then everything was at an origin point. Because they did it all backwards off of the redshift of the light, that every conclusion that they've made is based on the fact that that light shouldn't be redshifted. Well, they don't know if it shouldn't be redshifted. They don't know that it's been shifted. They're assuming the light has been stretched after it left its origin point. You don't know what the hell happened to that light. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what its origin point was. What the hell are you talking about? Why is there only one conclusion? Why is there only one conclusion? But they then, because of that then allows them to invoke the Big Bang. They compress everything going backwards. And it gives them the Big Bang. Cool. If that's the case, then that means you're saying the Big Bang was a physical location, not just a point in time. It was a physical location. Everything exploded and expanded from there. But there is a place. Right. Well, maybe it just so happens that our galaxy isn't the centre of the universe, but it's close enough to the centre of where the Big Bang happened, and all the shrapnel from the explosion is flying away in all directions. If we just happened to be close to the origin point, not the centre, but just close enough to the centre, that it meant that every which way we look, everything seems to be moving away from us, because it is, because that's what your perception would be if you were a bit of shrapnel in an explosion that happened to be one of the very slow-moving bits of shrapnel that hadn't gotten very far away from the origin point yet. If you were able to look around at all the other shrapnel, Christ, it'd look like it was moving a lot further away than you, wouldn't it? Right. Is that the space between the bits of shrapnel expanding, or is that the explosion taking place? Because that's what happens in explosions. The fast stuff moves further away, and the slower stuff doesn't move quite so far away. And so if you looked away, you'd be looking at stuff moving quick. No? You're the ones who said there was an explosion. I never said there was a Big Bang. You said there was a Big Bang. It's just your own Big Bang allows for there to be a centre, an origin point of the Big Bang where everything's expanding away from. Everything's expanding in 3 dimensions away from that origin point. Well, that origin point is a physical location somewhere, even if there's nothing there anymore, and everything is expanded away from there, and it's one of the voids that we happen to see. Cool. The physical location of where it took place, if it took place, has to be somewhere. You can't say the Big Bang happened and then say it didn't happen anywhere. It has to have happened somewhere. Well, that somewhere could happen to just be. That would... Because otherwise you're going to need to explain the universe actually, that the space is expanding. You're going to need to explain because the quantum events all adding up to one another wouldn't cause a Doppler effect. For the same reason as they don't cause an inertia effect. Because we're not actually moving, are we? The 2 galaxies that are 10 billion light years away. Let's pretend they're even further away than that. Once you get to 20 billion light years away, the galaxies are moving so fast away from each other that the light will never get there. It's moving quicker than light. But obviously, according to Einstein, mass cannot travel at the speed of light, definitely not quicker, because an object's mass increases because its mass is related to its energy. An object's mass increases the closer it gets to light speed because it takes more and more energy to make something that's heavy actually move at light speed. If it's got any weight, it takes a lot of energy to make it move that quick. Well, it gets to the point where your energy that you're using to try and make you move that quick starts becoming a part of your weight, and so you have a compounding issue. The more fuel you need, the more fuel you use means the more fuel you need, because you have to be able to push your fuel up to that speed as well. Yeah, so eventually you get to the point where you need infinite energy in order to increase your speed, because you've already gotten to the maximum speed that you can go, and in order to increase your speed anymore, you'd have to add so much more fuel on that it runs at exponential growth, and you can't do it, right? And the way they get around that by saying the universe is expanding, and that the expansion compounds over distance, and that once you start getting out to 15 and 20 billion light years, 2 objects that are that far apart are actually moving away from each other faster than the speed of light, but they don't break any of the rules because they're technically not moving faster than the speed of light. The space between them is expanding, and there's so much of it expanding that it's making the distance increase faster than the speed of light, but the 2 objects themselves are not actually moving faster than the speed of light. That's what they say, right? Granted. But by saying that, what are you admitting? The objects aren't actually moving. The galaxies are moving in their own local frames, doing the orbits that they happen to be doing wherever they are. They're moving, but that giant space that's increasing, that you say is the expansion of the universe, that's making the galaxies move further apart, doesn't actually equate to inertial movement, does it? No. Right, well, the Doppler effect needs inertial movement. So what the hell are you talking about? The Doppler effect is generated by the source object and its local movement, and the receiver and its local movement. If you've got two objects 10 billion light years apart, I'm going to prove it to you now. If you've got 10 objects, if you've got two objects 10 billion light years apart, and you say that dotted between those two objects, there's loads of tiny little bits of space. I'll get into that afterwards, of how they say the space is being created. It's so wild. But anyway, it's all fucking man. Anyway, they're saying that there's loads of specks of quantum event happenings that are making little bits of new space. Little bits of new space are just popping up. A little bit of new space. Where did it go? Because the space already had space in it. Where was the bit of non-space that the new space... just shut up, Brian. You don't know what you're on about. Where's your PhD? Yeah. It's like I've got a sheet of plastic here, and I'm going to get a new bit of plastic, and I'm going to put it in the middle of the... wait a minute, no, I can't. Where can I put my little square of plastic that's just been created? It's new plastic's being... New space is being created. But that means I would have to make a hole, tear it apart, and put my new bit of space in, put my new bit of plastic in there. What's happening with space when the new bit of space is created? Is it tearing a hole in what is currently existence, and then a new bit of space is just... Because there was no room for the extra space, it's already occupied. It's already occupied. There's already space there. What, did you find a bit of empty space? That's still space. Did you find a bit of empty existence? Where did this new space go? Where did it go? Because you're saying it turned up. Where did it go when it turned up? Because wherever you're saying it went, I'm going to say there was already space there. So the only way that your new space can even turn up is if every time a quantum event of space is made, every time a tiny little speck of space is made, it does tear a hole, not in space, in existence. And it tears the hole, and it pushes the whole of existence out the way to make room for itself. And then it squashes in, like someone trying to fight their way through a crowd at a concert. Everyone's shoulder to shoulder already. The only way you can make extra space is by pushing people out the way. Because everyone's shoulder to shoulder and front to back, yeah? Shoulder to shoulder, front to back, no one can move anywhere, they're all stuck. Yeah? Way, so-and-so, right? Yeah. Well, if somebody else comes from a helicopter and tries to come down and land in the middle of that crowd on a rope, the crowd has to part, doesn't it? In order to make space for the new person that's coming in. Well, when we're talking about space and saying a new bit of space was created, that's the same as saying people and then a new person was added. Space can't just have a new bit of space put in there. There was already space there. Where did you put it? Oh, there. That's where it happened, Brian. No, they're tiny little events, Brian, and they're happening all scattered randomly, and it just adds up to a lot. No, I know. But the tiny, tiny, tiny little speck of an event that happens, where did it happen? Because wherever it happened already existed, so there was already space there. Virtual particles, when they occur within space. They don't occur within non-space. They occur within space that already exists. You can't slide a new bit of space in between my fingers without pushing my fingers apart. Technically, you can't do it without... When you're talking about space, you're not talking about physical objects. You're talking about the actual substrate that is the medium that things can exist in. The actual space. That's what they're saying is expanding. New bits of space are being created. They're not saying it's expanding. They're saying it's growing. Expansion sounds more like stretching. And they know they can't say it's doing that. Because you'd have to account for how it doesn't thin out. You can't stretch an elastic band forever without the elastic band getting thinner. Is space getting thinner the more it gets stretched? Idiots. So they don't dare talk about the stretching idea anymore. They were the only two that was ever postulated, the stretching idea and the quantum little bits of space popping up here and there that eventually adds up to a large distance. Well, the whole point of me talking about that is that that wouldn't cause the redshift of the light. So how in the hell was that the conclusion of why the redshift of the light is happening? I grant that you measured the light. I grant that it appears to be redshifted based on what you expected it to be. Granted. And I'll grant that you've got good reason for expecting it to be a particular frequency. Granted. What I don't know is why would then lead you to think that the space between objects that doesn't affect the inertial frame of the object is somehow stretching the light. New space being created between point A and point B does not affect the light, unless the light happens to be actually passing through the micromillimeter of space that happens to be created at that point in time. In which case, what would we see when we look at the light? We'd see a normal light with tiny little bits of specks here and there of redshift. Tiny specks of redshift here and there. 90% of it would be normal and tiny little specks of redshift here and there, because that's happened to be the actual point. The tip of my finger is where a new bit of space is going to be created, according to them. Whilst this light beam is travelling through space on its way here, yeah, there's new bits of space being created ahead of it, yeah, which is increasing the distance. I'll grant that. I'll grant that the new bits of space are being created, and I'll grant that that does actually increase the physical distance between point A and point B, and mean that the light beam now has further to travel because of that. Yep, granted. Since when has the light beam been stretched based on how far it has to go? Because the distance, as the light beam comes along, the new bit of space is going to be created here on my fingertip, remember? As the light beam comes along, here it comes. When was the new bit of space created? Because if the new bit of space is created before the light beam gets there, then the light beam doesn't care. It just passes through normal space that's already been created and doesn't stretch light beams. Same as all the rest of the space didn't stretch the light beam. Only the expansion stretches the light beam. Well, that's weird, because they're saying the expansion happens on the micro level, tiny little specks here and there. Well, all that would do is if it happens before the light beam gets there, the light beam doesn't care and the light beam stays normal. If it happens after the light beam has gone past, so point A and point B are all the way over here, somewhere in the middle of point A and point B, a new bit of space is going to be created, and it's going to increase the distance between point A and point B. Cool. So the light beam that's coming has now already passed that point, and then the new bit of space is created. Well, the light beam's already gone past, so it's too late for it to be stretched. The only time the light beam could get stretched under these circumstances is if the light beam happened to be passing through that area whilst the expansion took place, and that tiny little speck would get stretched, which would mean the middle of the light beam would have a little stretched bit in the middle of it whilst the event took place. And then once the new bit of space had finished being created, the rest of the tail end of the light beam would pass through normal space and not get stretched. The little bit that happened to be going through that point of being created would be stretched, and the nose end of the light beam would still be unstretched, and we would see normal light beams with sporadic instances of where the new space was being created. And technically we wouldn't be able to measure them, because we're talking about amounts of space that are being created that are so microscopically small, and light that's moving so bloody quick, that if you've got a micro amount of new space that's being created, the light passes through it so quick whilst it's being created. Once it's been created, it doesn't stretch anything anymore. It's just normal space, the same as everything else. The only time it can stretch anything is at the point of its creation. Well, at the point of its creation, the only thing it can stretch is what happens to be passing through that local area. It doesn't stretch the nose and the tail of it, though. It only stretches the middle of it. It stretches that one point, because a new bit of space was added in there whilst it was traversing through. If it's already passed, it doesn't. The tail has already passed. The galaxy has already died. Yeah? But the light that left it hasn't got here yet. But the galaxy has died and it has stopped emitting light. Yeah? Now the light is moving towards us, so now the light has actually got a tail end as well, hasn't it? It's got an actual tail. the last bit of light emanated from the galaxy before the galaxy died. Yeah? As it's moving, the new bit of space that's created is and the tail end of the light that's coming towards it, if the tail end of the light passes before the little new bit of space is created, let's say halfway between the two objects, yeah, the origin has died but the light already left. Halfway, a billion years later, the light gets to the halfway point, still travelling, okay, and it passes the halfway point, and now from the halfway point backwards all the way to its origin, loads of bits of new space are created, increasing the distance. Well, yeah, but not stretching the light. Light's already passed. It's too late to stretch the light. Right, well, the same thing happens as if the new bit of space is created before the light gets there. So a beam of light has got a 10 billion year journey coming all the way to us. And in its 10 billion years, let's say it started yesterday, and it's got 10 billion years of its journey ahead of itself, which means it's got all the space ahead of it, a long way to go. Yeah? Now, in the first week of its travel, it's got 10 billion years to go. In the first week of its travel, it's moved quite far because light moves really quick. But it's still got 99.9% of its distance to go. Now, within that first week of travel, and it's only moved a tiny bit relative to how far it's got to go, all the space ahead of it has had new little specks happening. They've been happening for the past week. Since the light beam started its journey, and it's only just started, the vast bulk of its journey that's still ahead of it is having new bits of space created right now, ahead of it, according to them. Ahead of it. Well, if that's true, if that's what's occurring, the light beam that's just started its journey doesn't know or care about all the stretching and extra space that took place ahead of it. As long as it happens before it gets there, all it does is pass through normal space and not get stretched. So why the hell has the light beam been stretched in its totality? Because the only way it could be stretched in its totality is if we're talking about grabbing hold of it at both ends and stretching it. Because the only other way light gets redshifted is by relative motion, inertial frame. And you're saying that's not what's happening with the space that's expanding, because otherwise it breaks reality and makes things be moving away from each other faster than the speed of light. Once you get to large enough distances, it compounds and adds up so much that the speed of the expansion is faster than the speed of light. Galaxies can't move away from each other faster than the speed of light. And so they say they're not. That's what they say. When someone says, well, that's not possible because galaxies can't move faster than the speed of light, and they say, you're an idiot. That's what the scientists say. You're an idiot. You don't understand that actually their relative inertial frames mean that they're not actually in motion at that speed. The distance between the two of them is growing, but they're not actually moving. They could be doing a head-on with each other. Well, if they were doing a head-on with each other, the light would be blue shifted. Because you're saying that the expansion doesn't affect inertial frames, which means it doesn't affect the Doppler effect. I'm not saying the universe is not expanding. That's not what I'm saying right now proves. What I'm saying right now proves that they have got no reason to make the conclusions that they've made, and actually what they have suggested is happening, the expansion of the universe, if that were happening, if they were correct about it, it still wouldn't give the results that we're saying we see. The redshift of the light would be different. It wouldn't be completely redshifted. It would be almost completely normal, and it would just be these, to us at the moment, because our measuring equipment isn't precise enough, undetectable specks of redshift throughout that light beam. I mean, to be honest, there's no reason to say why as the light beam's on its journey, and here's a new bit of space that's about to be created, and it just happens to be created as the nose goes through, and so this little bit close to the nose gets a stretch on it, right? So now that bit's been stretched, the whole light beam's normal, but that little bit has been redshifted a bit. That's what should happen. Now let's let the light beam continue travelling. The light beam now continues travel. The tail passes through space that's already been created, so nothing happens. It passes through normally, doesn't get stretched. The only bit that's stretched is the little bit up near the nose. That's been stretched. Now, a little bit further on, ahead of it, a bit further on, which is what they're saying is happening, there's another little bit of space that's about to be created. The light beam hasn't got there yet, it's about to be created. And as it's passing along, it gets created, and it just happens to get created on the exact super accurate exact point where the last bit happened to be passing through. And so now you don't get 2 specks of redshift, you get 1 speck of double redshift. It's been redshifted twice, the same spec. This randomness, if what they were saying was happening between point A and point B when the light is travelling, was random specks of light happening, not only should it be sporadic little specks of redshift in a perfectly normal light beam, but it should also be randomly spaced specks with them overlapping every now and again. Now, we can't even measure the light accurately enough to be able to notice, because do you know how big the slither of redshift would be if the amount of space that's being created is a quantum level event and light moves as quick as it does? How long does it take? How much light passes through Planck length? How long does it take light to pass through a Planck length of space, the tiniest bit of space you can possibly imagine? How long does it take light to traverse a Planck's length? Not very long, is it? So not very much of the light would be bloody stretched whilst it passed through that new little bit of quantum-sized fucking space being created, unless you're saying there's giant swaths of it being created, because then that's really big pushing, because you've already got to describe how when the new little bit of space is created, how it doesn't push the whole universe out the way in order to make room for itself, because there was already space there. Point A and point B has already got space all the way between it. So where did the new bit of space go? You have to literally push them apart and before you can put the new bit in. I can't put a new bit of plastic into the center of this until I make room for it. What you guys have concluded is so stupid, it's unbelievable. My best interpretation of what is happening is that you need to verify that what you expected the light to look like from those very, very old galaxies is actually what it was supposed to look like, and that it has actually been redshifted, and that wasn't what it was when it left its source naturally. Or that the reason for the redshift is not relative motion rather than the expansion of space between point A and point B, because the expansion of space between point A and point B, hate to keep saying it, according to you, doesn't affect local inertial frames, and that's what affects the Doppler effect. Not how big the field is between the car park and the train tracks, but whether or not the person in the car park is moving and whether or not the person on the train tracks is moving. Because when the sound wave leaves the train tracks and crosses the field, if the field happens to get bigger, that just means it takes a little bit longer for the sound wave to travel across the field. That doesn't change the sound wave. If you're standing still and the train is moving and the field just happens to get a bit bigger, well, all that does is take a bit longer for the sound to get to you. It doesn't change the sound, though, does it? The sound is only changed by the relative motions, which require inertial frames. You think I'm some nutter? You think I don't understand the subjects? You think I can talk about professors who reckon they can prove 1 + 1 sometimes doesn't equal 2, and I'm just some ignorant fool, yeah, ungrateful moron who turns around and says, you're cheating, lying, or dumb? Any professor that thinks they can make 1 + 1 equal anything other than 2, bring them now. They haven't got a clue. They're lying. They're misrepresenting the value of 1 and pretending they're not misrepresenting the value of 1. or they're changing the function of plus and pretending that they didn't change the function of plus. You don't get to change the value of 1 or change the value of plus and still pretend you're doing 1 plus 1. You can't use different symbology and pretend that you're no longer doing 1 plus 1. I'm going to represent the value of 1 as a squiggly line, and I'm going to represent the value of 7 as a straight up and down single line, like a 1. So in my symbology, 1 plus 1 equals 14. No, it doesn't. 7 plus 7 equals 14. You're just representing 7 with a symbol that's used in another language to represent 1. That's not the same. Values are what's represented by words and labels, not the word and label itself. The word 1 isn't a thing. The word 1 is a label for a value. So what have we done there? We've done absolute truth. We've done the expansion. Have I done enough on the expansion there to prove? And I mean prove that not only do they need to verify that the frequency of the light that they're seeing has actually been redshifted according to what it should have been, because they don't, unless they know what it should have been, and I mean no, because you're making a whole heap of conclusions based on the fact that it has been redshifted, not that that's what it was meant to be when it left its origin. You're making a whole heap of conclusions based on that, and you're doing maths about that before you've even done that. It's like you're having your pudding before you fucking even started your dinner. Never mind, finished it. Anyway. My mum wouldn't have had that. Your lot's mum shouldn't be having it either. If you want to have ice cream for dinner, you can do that when you're older. So not only have they not absolutely demonstrated. I mean, I'll grant it's possible that they have. It doesn't matter. I'll grant that it's possible that they have demonstrated that the light was meant to be a particular frequency when it left those very ancient galaxies, and that the conditions of the universe back then weren't affecting the light that was emanated from the galaxies. And I will grant that it's no, I won't. And I will grant that their measurements do actually show that it is a uniform expansion, a uniform redshifting of the light in all directions, and that the relative expansion between close distances and far distances is a uniformed amount. So if a star that way is 1 billion light years away and another star that way is 10 billion light years away, the rate of increase between us and the one that's 1 billion and then the one that's 10 billion should be the same if we go the other direction and there's one there that's 1 billion and one there that's 10 billion. If what they're saying is actually how the universe is expanding, or if the universe is expanding. Because with what I'm saying, it means that they haven't proven the universe is expanding. You do realise that, don't you? I'm not saying it isn't. I'm saying they haven't proven it. What they've done hasn't proven it. Their conclusions are monstrously horrible, to be honest, but it's definitely not proof. They might be on the right track. It's just somehow they're tripping up over their own feet and still ended up on the right track, because what they're saying is their reasons aren't reasons. The light wouldn't be redshifted in the way that it is if the expansion was the cause of it. Because the way you're saying the expansion happens is by the little specks happening, and they wouldn't stretch the whole light beam. The whole light beam is stretched, isn't it, boys? The whole of the light beam is stretched, isn't it? Ooh, that's weird. Not little bits. How is the universe expanding? Oh, Brian, don't you even know that? Quantum events. Oh. Square one, boys. it demands a centre to the universe as well, which I'm happy to entertain. It's just they're not. They say that the universe started from one point and then boom, but they don't acknowledge that that centre point has to still be somewhere. Whether there's a remnant or an empty void, it doesn't matter. There has to be something. There doesn't have to be something there. There has to be somewhere that it happened. Did the Big Bang happen? We think it did, Brian. Okay, so that means it has to have happened somewhere. Where is that place? Oh, it's the wrong way to think about it. No, it's not. You're just avoiding the question. You're trying to pretend there wasn't anywhere until the Big Bang happened, and the Big Bang created the space. That's a bold statement. That's a bold statement. The universe, the Big Bang, created the space. Well, what was the Big Bang expanding into? Can't expand into nothing. Shut up. What was the Big Bang expanding into? It can't expand into nothing. There has to be somewhere for it to expand. Something empty that can be filled up with this expansion. There has to already be a somewhere. Because somewhere is another way of saying existence. Existence has to already exist in order for the Big Bang to take place, which means there has to be somewhere for the Big Bang to take place, and there has to be somewhere for the Big Bang to expand into. Now, I will even grant, even though I don't think it is, I will even grant their description of space as a fabric-y sort of construct-y sort of thing, and that maybe that weird construct-y fabric-y sort of thing was being created at the Big Bang and has been being created since. A fly. A mosquito, actually. But anyway, he's gone. Oh, loads of mosquitoes around where I am at the minute. Sorry to sidetrack for a minute, but oh my god, you think the weather's nice? Yeah, right. Anyway. I love the hot weather. It's just mosquitoes. It's just annoying. It means you have to keep fly nets up all the time, mosquito net up all the time and all that stuff, and so you don't get a good breeze and all that. It's a very minor little petty grievance, but little buggers. Yeah, it wouldn't the space that, even if it is this fabric-y construct thing that they say it is at the moment, that can be warped by gravity and have things done to it. Yeah. If that's true, then that type of space needed somewhere to go. So what word are we going to use for that? Because if I'm not allowed to use empty space, because we've said space is the name we're giving to this weird fabric-y thing, well then I'm going to say, what was the area in which that space is now occupying? Because the area, the volume, had to already be there in order for the space to expand into it. Because if there's nothing there, there's nothing to stop the expansion, that's true. But there's nowhere to expand to, so you don't need anything to stop you. There just has to not be anywhere to go. And the only way in which you can go there is if there is already there in order for you to go there. So the expansion can't go there unless there already is an empty there in order for it to go to. So all of the volume that what we call the physical universe is currently occupying had to already be there. Because you can't create something nowhere. I'm not saying space can't be created. I'm saying you can't create it nowhere. You can't get a bit of space and put it nowhere to then make there be a somewhere. No. There isn't a nowhere that you can put things in, because nowhere isn't a place you can put things. You can't expand into nothing. You have to be expanding into something if the universe is expanding, because they're the ones who say it's expanding, not me. I'm the one who says, all right, boys, I reckon you lot's well clever, so I'm going to take you at your word. Tell me how you reckon, tell me what you think's happening. We think it's expanding, Brian. We've got good reason for thinking it. We're well clever and we've done experiments and verified them. Oh, have you? What was your conclusion to looking at the redshift of the light? We reckon that means that the space is expanding. Oh, okay, cool. And that's causing the Doppler effect on the light, is it? Yeah, but it doesn't cause any inertial frame issues on the actual objects that are moving that quickly apart. No. Oh, just affects the light and nothing else. Yeah. Oh, okay. Under what method is the space expanding? Well, it's loads of little specks, Brian, and over loads of distances, it just adds up to loads of distance. Oh, right, great. So why is the whole light being redshifted then? Because it should only be the little specks that pass through whilst each little speck of light was being, each little speck of space was being created. Because once the bit of speck of space has been created, whatever passes through normally, doesn't get stretched. So the only bits that stretch the light are the bits that are actually created whilst the light beam is passing through that local area. If the light beam hasn't got there yet, or that bit of the light beam has already passed that area, well then if a little bit of space expands on the tail of the light beam, it doesn't stretch the nose. The nose should still get here unaffected. And we should see it with our instruments unaffected, but we don't. We see the whole of the light beam has been redshifted. Only relative motion does that. Only relative motion does that. And you're saying that it's not relative motion with the expansion of the universe. Well, it has to be. If that's what's causing the redshift, you have to acknowledge that relative motion is what causes the Doppler effect. And if that is the case, and that is what you continue to say, well, then you're going to have to concede that there is Einstein breaking effects going on with the speed of galaxies moving away from each other, because once you get far enough apart, then the extra space that's being created adds up to so much that the things are moving apart quicker than the speed of light, and things can't move quicker than the speed of light. Otherwise, we have to redo all of that. You can't have it. It's one way or the other, boys. You're either going to redo Einstein and say that things can actually move, relative, move, motion within inertia, within local inertial frames, move faster than the speed of light. Or you're going to have to concede that they can't, and the reason they're not, even though the space is expanding between the two objects faster than the speed of light, and so the distance between the two objects is growing faster than the speed of light, the two objects aren't in fact moving within their own inertial frames faster than the speed of light, because they can't. Therefore, that's not what's causing the Doppler effect. You can't have it both ways, one or the other, lads. Break Einstein, or stop saying that the Doppler effect of the redshift in the light is being caused by the expansion of the universe, which is little specks all over. Done. I don't care if I look angry, I don't care if I look annoyed. I'm passionate. Confident as well. Looks like arrogance. I don't give a fuck. I don't need you to think I'm right, I need you to prove me wrong. I don't care if anyone agrees with me. I don't need you to agree in order to know what I'm correct about and what I don't know and what I'm not yet correct about, or what I just don't know. I don't need anyone to tell me that. I fucking know it already. Don't care how arrogant that sounds either. I know what I know and I know what I don't know, and the only things I would say that I know are things that I have worked out, determined and or proven that I know. Otherwise I'd say I think. What I need is for people to tell me what I'm saying is wrong, which bits are incorrect. I want you to tell me how new bits of space specking, adding up to huge distances over long periods of time, over long distances, over huge areas. I want you to tell me how those little bits of specks being created ahead of the light beam are somehow stretching the light beam when it passes through. Because it's not stretched space, it's just a new bit of space. It only gets stretched at the point when it's created. And even that's a weird way to be describing it, but I'll allow it. Because they haven't even... You can't get it from nowhere anyway. I mean, the whole idea that new specks of space are just popping up out of nowhere because, you know... Oh, well, did you know what happens in quantum, Brian? New specks of quantum particles are popping up out of nowhere. Sorry, where are they coming from? Nowhere? How did they come from there if they weren't there? They can't be nowhere waiting to come here. That means they're not nowhere, they're somewhere. Virtual particles didn't come from nowhere. They're either some weird manifestation of energy that is already there, that somehow condenses and creates a little particle for a moment and then dissipates again afterwards for some weird reason. Or the virtual particle itself, the temporary particle, whatever they want to call them, that pop into existence and pop back out again, which is the reason why an absolute vacuum isn't considered an absolute vacuum, because there's still loads of quantum events happening, tiny little virtual particles being created and disappearing again. They last for a millimicrosecond of a second, according to the quantum physicist dudes. They last for imperceivably short amounts of time, but they do occur, okay? They didn't come from nowhere. So, the new bit of space that's being created can't have come from nowhere. So what made it? What made the new bit of space? I don't mean what energy drove the function that created the new bit of space. I mean, what was the new bit of space made out of? How did it wrestle its way in to the packed crowd of space? Because everywhere's already full up with space, look. There's no empty gaps between my fingers. It's all space. That's what we call space. You don't get to say, well, actually, Brian, on a quantized level, there's little slithers of... No, there aren't slithers. They're not slithers. You can't have slithers. You can't have two bits of space butting up to each other with a slither of nothing in between them, because that means there isn't anything between them, so they're just one thing, aren't they? You can't draw an imaginary line down the middle of this, and say that that's an imaginary line made out of nothing, and that actually does sit in the middle of this plastic. No, it's one piece of plastic. You can't just say that it's actually two bits. They're just so close together that there's no distance between them, right? Well, that's what we call the same object. It's what we call touching. The new bit of space, where's it coming from, you idiots? It can't come from nowhere, so tell me where you think it's coming from, because you have to think it's coming from somewhere. Please don't tell me that you clever scientists think that the extra bit of space is coming from nowhere. You must have things that you think it's coming from. I know where you've said you think it's coming from. You think some weird dark energy is creating it. That's cool. That's you told me what the energy is that's driving it. What creates it? What process? And more to that, how did it find any room to fit? It's already full, mate. There's already stuff here. I'm not talking about trying to put an apple in between my hands and saying, oh God, my hands are already here, Brian. You can't put anything in between them. No. You can't put any more space in between my hands. It's already full up with space. You'd have to move all the space out of the way to put a new... I hate repeating myself, but it feels like it's so obvious that I have to say it in a million different ways, because people must not understand what I'm saying and think I'm talking junk, because otherwise the conclusions would be adhered to or recognised. The truth is, oh man, it's the one. And the reason I said at the beginning of this video that recognizing that there is an absolute truth and there is a truthful thing to all things, and why that's really important, and how not only is that one of the main issues we've got culturally and interpersonally and all of these sorts of things, but philosophically as well, obviously, it's one of the major issues that we've got, that people avoid the concept of absolute truth. But it's one of the most powerful deductive and investigatory tools that you could ever have as well. When you start from that base of there actually being a truth, even if you don't know what it is yet, but there is one, it's not just anything you want, it's whatever it is. When you start with that as your foundation, as your governing principle, anything that you come along needs to be able to be that level of absolutely true before you can say it's true. It needs to be 1 + 1 = 2 levels of true. Because technically everything is as true as 1 + 1 = 2 is true. How true is it that 1 + 1 = 2? It's very true, isn't it? It's absolutely true. It's unequivocally true. It's unquestionably true. It's just true. Right. So that's as true as you can get, but it's also the only amount of true that can exist. Everything that's true is just as true as that. Where did the universe come from, Brian? Whatever the answer to that is the answer, and that's the truth, and that is just as true as 1 + 1 = 2. It's just as eternal, it's just as, absolute truth exists. It's the only thing that can exist. That maybe is enough for now. Those subjects are sort of ones I wanted to talk about, especially the expansion. I need to get it on the record. Arrogantly. Not just because I think it's important and all that, but arrogantly. Because I'm expecting smart scientists to eventually figure that out. And there's going to be something where there's some article in a scientific journal or some shit like that, or some guys at some university or whatever are going to do an experiment or something, or do some theory or whatever, and they're going to come to the conclusions that I've already come to. And I don't need somebody else to give me a certificate in order to say that I know what I'm talking about. I don't need someone else to test me to make sure I know what I'm talking about. What I need them to do is check whether what I'm saying is correct or not, and not worry about what academic justification I've got for making my claims, because I don't make claims. Nothing I've said is a claim. Everything I've said is the refuting of a claim, the questioning of other people's claims, or a provable, demonstrable statement. And you think I can't sit here on the floor proving these sorts of things? Then you're just wrong. I can prove 1 + 1 = 2 sitting here. I don't need to have fancy scientific experiments. I don't need to perform. I don't need chalkboards. No one does. I'm not special because of that. It's just that's what the truth is. It's like one of my other videos where I'm talking about infinity. Then go on to talk about, well, if there are gods, It's like, all I'm doing is taking your lot's ideas. You think I'm the crazy one. You actually think I'm the crazy one. None of these are my ideas. They're all your lot's ideas. You're the ones who thought them all up, not me. I'm not the crazy one who imagined a bearded man in the sky. That's you guys. I'm not the one who imagined new bits of space as somehow being created and finding their way in. I'm not the one who imagined that. You guys are. All I'm doing is talking about what the ramifications of that would be if it was true, and how, looking at the ramifications, it looks like that's probably not true. Definitely not. In terms of what's causing the redshift of the light. I'm not saying that that expansion isn't happening, and I'm not saying that it's not happening via the little spits of specks. I'm saying that that wouldn't cause the redshift of the light. Therefore, the redshift of the light can't be proof of that, because they're going backwards with it. They've started with, we measured the light, it looks redshifted. Okay, cool. Well, because of that, the universe is expanding. What? How quickly is the universe expanding? I don't know. Let's check the measurement of the redshift of the light. Wait a minute. No, because that's what you were using as proof of the expansion. Now you're trying to prove the rate of the expansion by how much the light has been redshifted. You haven't proved the expansion yet. That was meant to be evidence of the expansion. The redshift of the light was supposed to be evidence towards the idea of expansion. You don't then get to use the redshifting of the light as your calibration for how quickly the universe is expanding. You haven't even proved that the redshifting of the light is definitely redshifted, never mind that it's a cause of the expansion of the universe, and then use it as a standard so as to be able to calibrate the expansion rate of the universe, you morons. It's all your conclusions that I'm questioning, not the experiments that you've done. You measured the light, did you? Okay, what was it? It was this frequency, Brian. Right, okay. What's your conclusions of that? Well, it's not meant to be that frequency. It's meant to be a different one. Is it? Have you got good reason for thinking it's meant to be a different one? Yeah, we've got good reason. Okay, cool. All right, shit on. Is it absolute definite? No, we've just got very, very good reason for thinking it should have been X and it's actually redshifted a bit. Oh, okay, cool, you've got very, very good reason. That'll do me for now. Let's go with it for now and let's see where it goes. And all I do is see where it goes, based on assuming you're correct for now. And what happens when I do that? It falls to bits. And if you think that's because I don't understand these subjects, then you should watch something else, because this video isn't even for you. And that sounds like an horrible thing to say, but this is for people who are interested in the subject, who don't fob everything off with, how do you know? That's impossible to know. No one could ever work that out. These questions are unanswerable. No matter what anybody ever says is the answer, they can't know if it's the answer or not. No, you're just an idiot who doesn't understand the topic, and you've heard people say those things, and so you say them. Because you don't know what else to say when those topics come up. Because you don't know if what the person is saying is right or wrong. You don't know how to check. You don't know how to check. You don't believe there is such a thing as truth. So all these things tie in, you see. I'm not just rambly, jittering nonsense. You should check my other videos. You think I've got a video called The Hard Problem of Consciousness, and it's just me making speculations? The hard problem of consciousness. You think that's some simple thing that's just, who cares? It's weird. I guess it's because the majority of people who watched my videos so far is people who know me and stuff, and it's just weird for them. Yeah, it's just weird for them. Some of them I think are embarrassed and stuff. Ones who know me well, you know, or worried. They don't understand and they think I'm crazy, you know. And other than that, not that many people actually see my videos. You know, some of the short ones and stuff like that have got hundreds of views and stuff like that, but that's just random, you know. It's just the feed throwing it up to the odd person every now and again. They don't know if they're actually interested in it, and those people aren't watching the long form stuff. They're not watching the important stuff. They're watching the snippets that I've hoped might grab people's attention, and then when I have the linked video in my short to the long form video that explains the topic in detail, they might go to it if they're interested. Doesn't seem to be working though. Either that or I be paranoid, or not paranoid. Either that or I be suspicious of some sort of shadow banning and these sorts of things, because I've used swear words and I've talked about some sensitive subjects in some of my videos. So it's possible that my videos just don't get algorithmically spread very much, no matter what the title is, because YouTube's censor algorithm has already decided that I use too many swear words, or I talk about subjects I shouldn't be talking about, or whatever the case may be. That's possible, obviously. But it feels like the subjects I'm talking about are subjects that everybody's interested in. And from my point of view, which I understand can be biased, but it's not like I don't check my point of view. It's not like I'm just saying what I think and I don't know why I think it. I know exactly why I think what I think. I can explain every single part of my thinking and my behaviour and my actions and my emotions and my erratic movement. Every single speck of it in any video you ever watch, I can explain. But also in these philosophical, cultural, whatever sorts of concepts and thinkings and musings and debates and all of that sort of stuff. I'm not just saying what I think and I don't know why I think it. I've got an extremely good, reasoned, demonstrable, and comprehensive description and understanding of not just what I think, but why I think it, and why the why I think. So what do you think, Brian? I think this. Well, why do you think that? I can tell you. The reason I think that is because of this. This X is the reason that I think Y. Well, what makes you think X is a good reason? Yeah, I've done that as well. I know why I'm using X as a good reason to then conclude Y. I've checked X as well. I'm not just saying what I think. I'm waiting for anybody to say anything other than, you look crazy. Because to me it looks like everyone's scared. Scared of engaging with the truth. Not scared of me. Scared of engaging with the truth. Which makes me think you're all liars. Dishonest people. It's not very nice of me to think that. But that's what your behaviours look like. Everyone's just burying their head in the sand and saying they've already found their own truth and pretending that's a meaningful statement. All that means is you've decided to guess and you don't care if you're right or not. Great, that's fine. You don't have to care if you're right or not. You just don't get to pretend that you do care that you're right and think, oh, I found the truth. No, you haven't. You've given up looking for it. You've just made a guess. The worst part of it is your guess isn't even your own guess. You've listened to someone else's guess and gone, yeah, that sounds about right. And then you've called that absolute truth and said you don't even... So yeah, I don't know. That's probably enough for these subjects for now. We'll see. There's a few people, random people, that have made what seem like genuine inquiries and questions on these subjects. So it might help them at the very least. Because most people seem to only be interested in making people think they care because they want people to think they care, but not actually caring. That's fine, you don't have to care. It's just when you pretend you do care, then you're a liar. Lying does matter. So you need to stop thinking that the truth is just whatever we think it is, or that the truth is whatever we can prove it to be. So if we haven't proven it yet, there isn't any truth yet. No, the truth is there waiting for us to find it. What's on the dark side of the moon? Don't know. Whatever's there is what's there, and when we go, or if we've already gone, didn't the Chinese do that? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying there's something on the dark side of the moon, by the way. I'm just using it as an example of somewhere that we don't... It's very close to us, but we're not exactly sure what's on the dark side of the moon. The average person, I mean. I don't mean any of the NASA boys or anything like that. They might well know. They've orbited the moon, haven't they? So, yeah. But whatever's there, it's probably just rocks and stuff. Whatever's there, that's what's there. And even if we hadn't been yet, if no one had been to the dark side of the moon yet, and then the first person to go to the dark side of the moon went to the dark side of the moon, whatever they saw had to already be there for them to see it. So them getting there had nothing to do with what's there. Your perception has nothing to do with the truth. Whether you know it's true or not has nothing to do with whether it's true or not. The truth is just another way of saying what happens to be the facts of the matter. What are the facts of the matter? That's what the truth is. Is there a God? If the answer is yes, then the truth is that there is a God. And if the answer is no, then that's what the truth is. And it doesn't matter if we know, don't know. It doesn't matter if everybody thinks there's not a God, but there actually is one and just no one believes in him. Well, it's still true that there's a God, even if no one believes in him. And if there's no God, and everyone believes there is, they're all just wrong, and there isn't actually a God. Because the truth is whatever the truth happens to be. Not how many people believe it, not whether or not we've proven it yet. It's all backwards if you think of it like that. Nothing works if you think of it like that. How could you ever discover something if it wasn't already there to be discovered? Yeah? That's which way round things happen. Things happen, and only then can they be observed. But they can't be observed until they happen. And so therefore, they must have happened. Whatever's true has to be true before you can observe what's true. And at the very least, it has to be at the same time, as in you were right there watching it happen, and so you saw it happen at the same time as it happened, so you were aware of it happening. You observed it happening at the same time as it became true it was happening. Obviously, it's possible for both things to happen at the same time. You just can't observe something happening before it happens. And the reason you can't do that is because until it happens, it's not true yet. It's only true when it happens. The reason 1 + 1 = 2 is because that's what happens. That's just what ends up taking place. Maths doesn't make it happen. Nothing makes the truth happen. Things happen, and whatever happens is the truth. Boyfriend and girlfriend are having an argument. They're either both right, both wrong, one's right or one's wrong. They don't... When I say they're either both right, what I mean is that they've both got a valid point. Because when two people are having an argument, we'll just assume for the basicness of this example that one person is accusing the other person of having done something wrong. Cheating. It's a common one. Yeah. One person is accusing the other person of cheating, and they're having an argument about it because the person who's been accused is offended. Does how each of them feel, or does what each of them think, change whether or not the accused person did or didn't cheat? No, it doesn't, does it? It doesn't affect anything. They either did cheat or they didn't cheat. The truth about it is whatever the truth is. Not what they say, not what they say, not what gets accused, not what gets thought, not what gets reckoned, not what gets felt. Oh, I feel like you've been cheating on me. So what? Are you right? Because the only way you can be wrong is if there's a right, and the only way you can be right is if something actually happened, and you're right about it. The concept of being incorrect can only exist because there is a correct that you cannot be. And under this thing, being correct is the same as being true. So, the only way it's possible for me to get the sum 2 + 2 = 4 wrong, the only reason it's even possible that I could be wrong when trying to work out 2 + 2 = 4. It's possible that I could think it's 7, isn't it, and be wrong. Yeah, I'd be wrong, wouldn't I? If I thought 2 + 2 = 7 and I worked it out and I said, I think it equals 7, I'd be wrong, wouldn't I? Well, the only reason it's possible for me to be wrong is because there is a truth, isn't there? So do you believe that it's possible for someone to be incorrect? If you think that's even possible for anything, to be incorrect about anything, ever, the smallest thing or the biggest thing, because absolute truth isn't just a philosophical concept. It's the fundamental aspect of everyday reality as well. It's the reason that it hurts when you fall over. I mean, it's as basic as that. That's where the truth goes to. It's everything. It's everything. Your perception of it doesn't matter. In regards to, when I say doesn't matter, any time I ever say doesn't matter, it's always contextual. So when I say your feelings, your perception doesn't matter, I don't mean that your perception never matters for anything ever and it's never important and your perception of everything is always irrelevant. That's not what I mean at all. I mean in terms of ascertaining what is actually true, your perception is irrelevant. Because your perception is either accurate and you've correctly interpreted what's actually true, or your perception of events is incorrect and inaccurate, and you have not ascertained what is true. They're the only two. But the truth isn't a thing that gets decided by the person who's looking. The truth is already true, and then you look at it to find out what's true. Because you can't find out what's true unless it's already true to be found out. Which is why you can't ever find out that there's a God unless there is already a God. That's which way round it is. That's why it's so fundamental. That's why I can be so confident, appearing arrogant, when I say you're absolutely wrong if you think that's not true. Can prove it with its own silly statement, there's no such thing as absolute truth. Anyone who says that is claiming to be correct. The person who says there's no such thing as absolute truth is saying that what they're saying is true. Is it true that there's no such thing as truth? Because if there's no such thing as truth, how can it be true that there's no such thing as truth? Sorry to over-explain the simplicity of it, but the statement, there's no such thing as truth, proves that there is such a thing. I mean, there is only truth. You need to get used to it. And if you're someone who's been telling lots of lies, sorry, you're still going to have to get used to it. When I say have to, that doesn't mean or else some punishment's going to happen to you, or someone's going to force you to accept what's true. No, the truth just is the truth, and you can try and reject it, and you're just wrong. You can run away in your delusion and be happy as you want. I'm not saying people who are incorrect can't be happy. I'm saying they can't be right. If you're incorrect, you can't be right. You're wrong, aren't you? Yeah. You think this is silly? Do you know how far it's gotten? It's gotten to the point where there are serious people talking about the fact that mathematics, base mathematics, can be subjective. And that if you try and tell someone that 2 + 2 = 4 when they think it equals 5, you're being oppressive by correcting them, and you should allow them. You see how stupid it gets. That's where truth's anything you want. I've got my truth. So yeah, that's what truth is. It's not just a silly thing. It's not just an arbitrary statement. It's the fundamental principle of the universe, of creation. There's a good chance it's the prime mover in any theoretical musings about the concept of something coming from nothing. And even though I've already said that if something comes from nothing, it wasn't actually nothing, it means at the very least it had potential. What's also there, even though I didn't mention it then, is truth. Truth is also present within the nothing. For two reasons. One, it's true that there's nothing. There can't be nothing and it not also be true that there's nothing. And so then instantly there's not nothing anymore, is there? There's now the truth. So even if nothing tried to exist, it would instantly stop existing, because if it became nothing, it would be true that it's nothing, and the truth is a thing, therefore something exists. So, it's possible, even though the scenario, I believe, is impossible, if we play with the scenario of nothing and then something, the truth could be what we think of as the Big Bang. It could be the truth. And what actually happened at the Big Bang was the Big Bang, I'm using that as a whatever way of saying something from nothing, was that because it's true that there was potential for something to happen, that means that there's one thing. There's more than one thing. existing in the nothing. So before anything existed, in the nothing, when there wasn't anything, there was actually potential and the truth of the fact that there's potential. And that's two things. And what happens as soon as you've got two things? You get unit count, you get sequential order, and you get all the mathematics that flows from it. All the complex maths, all the geometry, all of everything comes as an arise, as a logical, self-evident causal tree of the fact that two things exist. And whether two things didn't exist until the first thing first came to be, if that's how it worked, because we're talking about the nothing into something concept here, yeah? The universe came from nowhere. Yeah. As soon as the universe came to be, if there was one thing, then that's one. No one needs to count this. No one needs to think it. No one needs to play it out. It just is true. Therefore, it's true. The whole reason, like what I was saying a minute ago with how the truth is the truth whether we know it or not, it's the same here at the origins of the universe. Whatever happens to be true is whatever happens to be true, and that's it. And so therefore, if there was one thing and then there was another thing, that's two things. And so then it's true that the next number, and we don't need another thing to come along. We've already proven the sequence. The next thing is theoretical. And someone doesn't need to be theorizing it. It just means that that's the next self-evident logical step of what happens when you have one thing and then you have another thing. Oh, what happens if that happens again? You end up with 3. What happens if that happens again? You end up with 4. What happens if that happens again? You end up with 5. That's all true. Even if there aren't 5 things to be counted, it's true that once you've got 2, you've already begun the count. When you've only got one thing all on its own, you could argue that there's no reason to postulate anything more. There's just one thing. Why would anyone envision the idea of another thing? Right, okay, maybe. So if there was only one thing in the universe, unit count wouldn't be a self-evident causal tree. But as soon as there's 2 things in the universe, you've already got 1, 2. That's the beginning of it. That's the sequence defined already. 1, 2 defines the sequence. Therefore, the self-evident logical causals of it are what they are, whether anyone counts them or not. Therefore, if there was a point when there was nothing in the universe, truth was there and potential was there. So there wasn't actually nothing. There was 2 bloody things which started sequential order. The sequential order contains mathematics, geometry, all those things. And maybe the origin of existence was a self-evident causal tree as a product of all of these truths coming to be. And so once you've got enough numbers and geometry is contained within there, you don't need to wait for a human to discover geometry before the truths about geometry are there. The truth is already true before you discover it. It has to be true before you can discover it. Therefore, the truth about geometry, not the physical geometry, although that may have manifested as well as a result of it, because I don't know how those things actually work on them levels when we're going back to the origins of fucking creation, but for sure. I don't know for sure. I've got a few ways of... Anyway. Then you have 1, 2. So whether if the universe was nothing and then something, as soon as it became something, you had 1, 2. And so the sequential order is there. And because in the actual nothing isn't really nothing, it's potential and truth. There's 2 things. They don't have to be made out of anything in order to be true. Well, I think they do actually, but that's a different subject altogether. What's the truth made of? What is potential made out of? Yeah, because on these levels, you have to talk about it in those sorts of ways. But anyway, so there was already 2 things in the nothing. So unit count was already in the nothing. Infinity was already in the nothing. Maybe that's why he's going so quick. He spent some time in the nothing. He knows what it actually is. He's rushing ahead of it. He can't wait to get away from the thing. You know. So I think that's good. I think that's good. If you're still watching, love you all. It's all good and all that. That's it. It's all good. And yeah, we'll see. I might watch this back and feel like I need to talk more about particular subjects. And you can shut up laughing. Who knows? But that's a good one anyway. I reckon I've probably done enough there now. Because all the topics are tied in, you see, it can be sometimes a bit messy or unstructured. And it can make me think I might have not talked about important components and things like that, and veered off on a tangent and come back again in order to prove a little thing and then come back, or in order to show the relevance to another thing I was talking about and then come back. I'm not just veering off on tangents for no reason, and if you think I am, you're not following along properly. Start to finish, through all the different subjects, jumping backwards and forwards, linking them all. I'm not just jumping backwards and forwards between them. You need to understand I get like that about it, because the only reaction I've had from people is thinking I'm crazy, and that's another a way of saying we think you're wrong, we just haven't got the balls to say what you're saying is wrong, because crazy people aren't right, are they? If I'm crazy, it means I'm wrong. I can't be crazy and correct. That means what I'm thinking isn't crazy, it's correct. You can't call me crazy for what I'm saying if what I'm saying is correct. You can only call me crazy for what I'm saying if what I'm saying is batshit crazy. Right, well, point to a bit. Go on. Call me crazy. You know what, I wouldn't mind if you had the balls to show your face when you call me crazy. But you haven't. You think I shouldn't let things like that bother me? I'm not bothered individually, as in it hurts my feelings. You're being an unpleasant person, and when I talk about you being unpleasant, I'm passionate about it. But you're being a horrible person, and all I'm doing is pointing it out. Because every time you think I'm crazy, where crazy means I'm talking a bunch of rubbish, but you can't point to a single word I've said that is rubbish, and your reason for thinking I'm crazy is just because of the way I look. But you're equating that to what I'm saying is nonsense and gibberish. Then you're a terrible person for acting like that towards somebody, because you are acting like that towards me. All I'm doing is making a video where I express what I believe to be true. What you're doing is going, oh, you're crazy, Brian. Well, that's not you being very nice, is it? So why would I describe that nicely? Why should I? Who the hell do you think you are? Grow some balls and come and call me crazy to my face. Not because I'll do anything about it, but because I know you haven't got the balls to say it. Because you only like being mean when you think you can get away with it. Because you're too cowardly to be yourself. Because you're too busy pretending to be what you want people to think you are, so as that you can basically manipulate. Because you're a dishonest person. Which is why you call me crazy. Instead of just ignoring what I'm saying because you're not interested in the subjects, or engaging with what I'm saying because you're interested in the subjects. But you don't do either of them. You just call me crazy because you're not actually an honest person, and you're not a very pleasant person either. starts making me want to get into moral relativism and moral absolution and these sorts of things, absolute morals and all of that sort of stuff, because I've only talked about them a few times in other videos briefly whilst talking about religions in a different way and stuff, but maybe I'll leave that now for another day. We'll do another one about the concept of right and wrong, why it matters, and who can or cannot be responsible for deciding what is right and wrong, because no one gets to decide that, otherwise that's not right and wrong, that's just someone enforcing their own preference, which is moral relativism. So when you hear the religious debaters mocking the progressive people, because the progressive people are very often, the more liberal people are very often lean more towards the moral relativism, where it's like there's no such thing as good or bad, it's just whatever we all decide it to be, and each individual person has to make up their own mind about what's good or bad, and there is no absolute good or bad. And as far as functioning in a society and human beings are concerned, good or bad is going to basically equate to whoever the biggest group of people that agree on whatever's good and bad is. That's basically moral relativism. And the religious people laugh at them and say that's stupid, moral relativism is crazy, because you're never able to say anyone's doing anything wrong, you're only able to say that you don't like what they're doing. But that's not appealing to a moral authority, because there isn't one under moral relativism. There's no moral authority under moral relativism. And the religious people think that you've either got God or moral relativism, and they think that God, having his own decree about what's right and wrong, is a foundation for moral principles. It's not, it's moral relativism. All you're doing is saying that this is God's preferences. That would be no difference to if I was to say, I'm not a moral relativist, by the way, I believe morals are absolute and just both of you are wrong, and that there is an absolute good and bad and it can be demonstrably proven and no one gets to decide it. Yeah. No one decided it. God didn't decide what's good and bad. Even if God exists, God didn't decide what is good and what is bad. That wasn't his own personal choice, because if it was his own personal choice, then it's not good and bad, it's just God enforcing his preferences. And just because he's got the power to enforce them and punish you if you don't live up to them, doesn't mean he is actually appealing to a moral authority, or that he is a moral authority. It just means he's a tyrant who's got the ability to enforce his personal preferences. So if you're a religious person who believes that God is a moral authority, all you're actually doing is using moral relativism and saying that your mate, what he reckons is good and bad, is actually the standard. Oh right, why can't I use my mate? Because if we're all just allowed to point to somebody else's idea of good and bad and use that as a foundation for morals, well, how can you use God as a foundation if God is literally your imaginary friend? Because so far the best you've got is I'm using God as a foundation for my moral framework, and yet I don't know what God's moral framework is. I only know what other human beings have claimed God's moral framework is. So all you're actually doing is using other human beings' personal ideas. That's moral relativism, mate. The religious people are doing moral relativism. They're just pretending that it's not moral relativism because they're not using, I'm not using my own set of morals, I'm using his set of morals. Oh, right, oh, what, did he just make them up? Did God just decide it? Because the only way that works is if God is the one who literally decided it, because God's the one who gets to decide it. God doesn't get to decide what's right and wrong. God can't make bad things good. God can't make doing horrible, sick, twisted stuff to kids. God can't make that be a good thing. If God was the creator of morals and God was the one who decides what morals is, which is what is required in order to use him as a moral authority and or foundation for a moral authority, God has to be the one who decided it. Then God would be capable, even if he didn't want to, God would be capable of decreeing that doing horrible, sick, twisted stuff is actually good. And if God said that, would that make it good? If God was real, God's real, let's just pretend God's real, and God does convincingly come down to earth and nobody's in doubt, everyone knows it's God. And God stands there in front of all of us and says, I have decided that from now on, if you want to do that to kids, it's a good thing. Is he right? Does it become good? No, it doesn't, does it? Because God can't decide it. He can only enforce his rules. Which is why if God exists and God is beautiful, he's not doing that. Yeah. God wouldn't think he's the one that invented morals, because he wouldn't be so arrogant as to assume that that's what the words mean. He can't claim to be an authority if all he's actually doing is enforcing his own personal preference against people's will without their consent. That's not being a moral authority, that's being a moral dictator. Now, in a philosophical sense, when we want to talk about the concept of good and bad and absolute morals and all of these sorts of things, you don't get to invoke God as the moral authority when, if he was acting like that, it wouldn't be with authority, it would be tyrannical. And it wouldn't mean that he's right, it would just mean he's got the power to force people and or punish people. But it wouldn't mean that he decided it, because God can't decide that. Same way as God can't decide that 2 + 2 = 3, and it suddenly does. No, that's outside of God's powers. God can exist and be the one that created what we think of as physical reality. Not just the physical universe. He can be the one that created what we think of as physical reality. And he still can't make 1 + 1 = anything other than 2. He doesn't have that power. No one does. Power doesn't affect it, therefore no one can have the power. That's how I can say it and include the idea that there could be weird entities and things in this universe that have got powers beyond all levels of comprehension. Yeah, there might be. And their powers might be infinite. Yeah, they fucking might be, mate. And they could be weird powers that we can't even imagine what they are. How could you know what they'll do, Brian? You don't know what God's capable of doing. Yeah, actually I do know what he's not capable of doing. Because 1 + 1 = 2 has got nothing to do with capabilities. Therefore, it doesn't matter what his capabilities are. It's like saying, I'm baking a cake, and you're acting like how many sides a pentagon has got something to do with the ingredients in my cake. The ingredients are flour and egg and sugar, and how many sides a pentagon's got? Doesn't matter, does it? No. So, well, what if I could think of a shape that's got loads of weird so what? Shapes have got nothing to do with. Do you see the contrast? Yeah, God has got nothing to do with that. So his powers can't affect it because power has no effect on that. You keep trying to invoke this all-powerful being. He can have all the power. He can have every bit of power that has ever existed and that will ever exist. He can have more than infinity power. But if power's got nothing to do with 1 + 1 = 2, then however much power he's got wouldn't affect it, would it? God can't change that. Because God can't make true things not be true. Because the truth comes before God. Not after. Even if God exists, the truth comes before God, not after. God is subject to moral judgment, if there is such a thing as absolute morals. I think there is, and I think I can demonstrate that there is. But for now, I'll happily accept that it's possible I'm wrong about that, and that there is no such thing as absolute morals, void of sentient decision. And that it's all like just we're going to have to do our best at working out what's right and wrong, and try and avoid the wrong and try and do the right. Yeah, promote the right and dissuade the wrong. Yeah. Even if that's the case, and I don't think that is the case, I don't think it is moral relativism. I think that's insanity. But I think that ignores the fact that you can't question that hurting children is bad for the child. Because the child's a sentient being, that's what we're calling bad. Bad and good can only exist if sentience exists. Because if there's no sentience, if there's no consciousness, if there's no person to have a preference or a goal that can be attacked, yeah, the sentient thing wants to be alive, doesn't it? So if someone takes its life away, that's bad for the sentient thing. But if there was no sentience in the universe and a planet got destroyed, it wouldn't be good or bad, would it? It would be nothing. Sentience only comes as an arise of good and bad only comes as an arise of sentience existing. The fact that sentience exists is why good and bad can happen, because a sentient thing can consider something to be good or bad. So moral relativism in that sense is kind of halfway there. They're wrong about their conclusions, but the reason they think what they think is because it does happen to be the case at the other end. That the reason that morals, what we think of as good and bad, moral good and bad, not objective good and bad, because obviously hitting someone with a hammer is objectively bad for the person you hit with the hammer, but we're on about moral good and bad, aren't we? Well, the only reason it can be morally good or bad is because there's a sentience that can think of it as being morally good or bad. If I take a rock and smash a hammer, if I take a hammer and smash a rock, that's not a morally bad thing because the rock's not sentient. But if I take that and do it to a person, well, that person feels bad, doesn't want me to do it, all of those things, it's terrible for them. But only because they're sentient. If they weren't sentient, it wouldn't be terrible for them. If they weren't alive, they don't even need to be sentient, really. If they weren't alive, biological organisms want to be alive. They don't want to die because they're not all doing themselves in, are they? So it's pretty obvious they want to be alive, don't they? So if anyone wants to take their life away, that would be bad for them, relatively. That's true. Objectively, that's true. Morally? Well, yes, under this, because we're saying that the only reason good and bad morals can exist is because there are sentient beings in order to consider things as morally good or bad. So that's not to say we get to decide what's morally good or bad. That's to say that the concept of a moral good or bad existing only comes because sentient beings exist. So the sentience in the universe can be the cause of moral good and bad existing, but it's not the deciding factor of what actually specifically is good or bad. That's objective. Because most moral good and bads are perfect copies of an objective good and bad. So it's objectively bad to hit someone with a hammer. Yeah, well, it's also morally bad, isn't it, if to hit an innocent person with a hammer. It's morally bad as well. It's objectively bad to hit an innocent person with a hammer, and it's morally bad to hit an innocent person with a hammer. Well, that's weird, because they're both exactly bad for the same reason. So what is the moral bad there? Well, there's either an absolute moral, and I think there is. I've already done it in another video. I'll do it again another day if people think it needs to be re-explained because they still think God's the one who gets to decide it. There's either an absolute good or bad, and God is subject to it. Same way as everything else in the universe is. Your behaviours can be judged. It's possible for God to do something bad, isn't it? Are you saying it's impossible for God to do a bad thing because whatever God does by definition becomes good? You've got a lot of legwork to do before you can even begin explaining that. Never mind substantiate it. Good and bad is not subjective. And if you want to say morals are subjective, I think you're wrong. But even under the premise, even under the idea where you could be right, that doesn't remove the objective, good and bad. So you don't get to say that because moral relativism might lead to people thinking it's okay to hit innocent people with hammers, and no one would be able to say that that's a bad thing because there's no such thing as morals. Well, you'd still be able to say it's a bad thing, wouldn't you? It's objectively bad, isn't it? It's subjectively bad for the person who experiences being hit by the hammer as well, because it bloody hurts. And pain that you don't want, is bad. Yeah? Subjectively bad. Pain that you don't want is subjectively bad. Pain that you, whether you want it or not, it's objectively bad. But if you want it, then it's not objective. Then it's no longer subjectively bad. Yeah. So you can be into some weird kinky stuff, for example, and even though it hurts, and so that's objectively bad for your body, being hurt, bruised, whatever. Yeah. That's bad for your body, objectively. Subjectively, you might say that it's not bad because you wanted it. Right, cool, but you can't remove the objective. Right, well, when we go to someone who doesn't want it, then it's not just objectively bad on their body, but it's also subjectively bad. Now, that doesn't mean that bad is just whatever anyone doesn't want. No, it's case by case still. I can not want something that's good for me, and I can just not want it. That doesn't make it bad. Just means I don't want the good thing. I'm allowed to not want the good thing. Nothing wrong with me not wanting it. There's no rule says I have to want everything good. I'm allowed to just not want any of that. Oh, is it really good? Great. I still don't want any. Thanks. I'm fine. That's not the same as something being bad. So what I'm doing here is saying that there is an absolute good and bad that is objective. And then it's possible for there to be subjective personal preferences of like and dislike. And quite often, they are closely correlated with the objective. But not always, which is why they're not the standard for the moral. The objective is the standard for the moral. Because otherwise we get to the point where, well, I don't like that, so it's bad, you know. That's why moral relativism is stupid. That's why the religious people are right to laugh at it. It's just the religious people, as usual, are complete blind hypocrites who are laughing at people for using moral relativism whilst they point to their mate and just use his personal preferences instead. You guys are using personal preferences as a moral standard. That's stupid. I use his personal preferences as a moral standard. That's far more sensible. You know what? If you even knew his personal preferences, it would be the same. But the fact that you don't know his personal preferences makes it worse than the moral relativists. Because at least they are basing their moral relativism on the perceptions of people that exist. They exist, and their friend exists, and their friend said this, and they thought that, and and they've come up with their own idea of good and bad based on. But your idea of good and bad is based on someone you've never met's perception, and you don't actually know what they think. You don't know what God thinks. And somehow you still dare to use him as your rock solid, not at all moral relativism. I'm not just taking someone else's idea. Honest. It's worse. You don't even know what he thinks. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. And the couple that I've managed to talk to who do those debates, the absolute second they've started having private, not the absolute second, after a while of conversation in private, they run away because they're dishonest. And when I say they run away, I mean they run away. I mean, they're very clever people who catch people in logical traps all the time, and the second they're caught in a logical trap, they run away and pretend they're not, and avoid it, and stop talking, because they've got no more answers, because you just demolished what they were saying, and they can't say anything back, so they run away back to their bubble, because they're already getting popularity and attention, aren't they? So they don't need to care about me. But they're wrong, and they know I'm right. And that's your so-called professionals with your qualifications. Yeah. You think I don't know what I'm talking about? There isn't a single person out there that can fucking say anything I'm saying is wrong. Not one. There's plenty of people who are saying it. They just wouldn't dare say it in a conversation with me. They wouldn't even dare have a conversation with me. Most people pretend that I'm angry so as that they don't have to have a conversation with me because they're too scared of having a conversation with someone who knows how to tell the truth. So like I said, at the end of my video, the end of my little poetry rap, whatever you want to call it, end of me giving a demonstration of how I can tell evil in a metaphysical way, that he hasn't got a clue what's coming for him. Yeah, and God and the rest of them, assuming they're all that. I mean, in my framework, God can't wait to meet me. He's not scared at all. He already knows everything I know. He already knows the truth. He's not an idiot. It's you lot that describe him like an idiot. I'm not questioning God, I'm questioning your lot's description of him. Because you lot describe him as a bumbling moron, and that's an insult. I sympathise with God for having to put up with you lot describing him the way you do. Yeah, and you think you guys are the ones who love God. You don't even know what love and respect is, if that's what you think loving God is. Because I think there might be one. Yeah. I think there's good reason for presuming it. I think the fact that we discovered the microbe world is almost enough just on its own, but the fact that we have discovered a few now levels of scale, and people have proposed other levels of larger scale like multiverses and stuff like that, but we wouldn't even need that. The fact that we've got atomic level, bacteria level, our level, already shows levels of scale. So the idea that there might be other levels of scale with even grander life forms on them, or other life forms, because we found life forms on the microscopic scales. Whoa, a whole world that we didn't even know was there until a few hundred years ago, but it was there from the beginning. It predates us. So what else might there be on scales? I'm not talking about another dimension now. I'm talking about this universe, this reality, because there is only one existence. I'm not saying there's only one universe. At the moment, I'm postulating it. Yeah? There's only one existence, and everything that exists within different scales. Same way as the bacteria world exists right alongside us because of how small it is. Well, if we were to go down a billion squillion times smaller than that, and I know the physicists will say you can't. But if we were to, you start creating enough space to have more universes down there, not over there, down in scale, right in front of your eyes. You just can't see it because it's too small, the same way as you can't see the bacteria because it's too small. You see, I'm not making wild, crazy speculations. I'm making logical predictions based on what we've already observed. That's why God is a logical thing to presume could be there. It's a reasonable postulation. Perfectly reasonable postulation. Could there be other levels? Well, it looks like it because we've already found some. All right, what might be in them other levels? Could it be a life form? Well, it looks like it because we already found life on some of our other scales. Okay, cool. Instantly into the idea of a God. Brilliant. So I'm not an atheist. I'm not an agnostic. I'm someone who thinks not only is it possible, but it's extremely likely. Yeah, I lean towards it being extremely likely. But when I think of what that entity might be, it's not a bearded man sitting there judging people for their masturbation. And if you think it is, you're insulting him to think he's so petty. You're insulting him by thinking he would be so arrogant as to assume that he is the one who decided what is good and bad. He would never be so arrogant. God would not be so arrogant as to say that. He would be lying. At the very least, he would be just claiming it and have no reason to claim it. Because he would be basically just saying, well, there's an absolute good and bad, but I don't know where it came from, so I'm going to take credit for it because I was the first one here. You know, he wouldn't say that. God's not going to be flippant like that. If there's a God, you guys invoke the idea of a God, say that he's wise, and then describe him like a moron. And you think that when someone questions you, they're questioning God. Oh, who are you to question God? I'm not questioning God, I'm questioning you. Stop thinking you're God. You don't speak for him. You don't know what he thinks. And if you say you do, you're a liar, and you should be ashamed of yourself just in case there is a God. Because if there is a God, you should be utterly ashamed of ever depicting him as being petty and stupid and dumb and moronic and bumbling. How dare you depict him like that if you assume he's there? Because if he is there, God, would he not be that? Would he? If God's there and God's wise and God did stuff, whatever it is, whatever level of creation, whatever hand God had in, whatever creation happened, if God was involved in some level of the physical universe's creation, or if God is the one who gave a rise to, or literally birthed, what we think of as sentience, so we are God's children in that weird way, yeah, God's creation, whatever, sentience, yeah, let's just say God had a hand in doing whatever it was that he did. If God exists, then we're saying that God is this thing, and he basically created some stuff, though he didn't create existence, because he can't have done that, but he created some stuff, and us, and whatever the case may be. That's cool, yeah. Why would you go insulting that being by saying he cares about what hat you wear, or what food you eat, or what day you pray to him on, or if you wear a condom or not? What? You think he would be so petty as to care about things like that in other people? Do you care? Because it sounds like you care what other people do, and so you presume God cares what they do as well. Because you're judging them, so you assume God must be judging them, and then you claim no one's allowed to judge except God, and you pretend it's not you judging them. Nothing wrong with you judging them. The only thing's wrong is when you pretend it's not you and it's actually God, because God hasn't judged anybody. Not that he won't, he just hasn't, has he? It's you lot doing it, claiming it's God. How dare you? How dare you speak for him? If God wanted to tell us anything, do you think he'd need you to tell us? How dare you? Under the assumption God's real, I'm not saying how dare you to me or how dare you to us. How dare you to God if he's there? You think I'm getting sillily passionate about it? We're talking about the potential of there being a God. Under the potential of there being a God, we're saying that it's possible that there's a God, and we're playing with the fact that it's not possible, he's definitely there. Well, if he's definitely fucking there, that's a powerful fucking passionate fucking thing that probably deserves to be praised properly. Not by you fucking idiots describing him like a petty, pedantic little brat. Who cares if you believe in him or not? You think the creator of the universe sits around with self-esteem issues, worrying that people might not believe in him? Because believing's the only way to heaven, isn't it? God punishes you if you don't believe. He lets you off all your sins if you believe. Think about how you're describing God. And think that if there is a God, and you ever meet him, how are you going to justify the fact that that's what you thought he was like? God would be insulted if he wasn't more mature or whatever than that. I don't know how to describe what it is about God that probably means he's not actually offended by it. But he's got right to be offended by it. If anyone described you like that, you'd be offended by it. God watches you. Does he? Christ, that's an awful thing to say about God. God's watching without telling us. Without asking first. He's watching us in our private bedrooms. Is he watching what's inside our heads? Is he listening inside our heads? Because the religions say that he is. That's a horrible thing to say about God. How dare you suggest that God would do such an evil thing as secretly listen to the inside of sentient beings' heads without telling them? How dare you suggest that God would do that? That's a horrible thing to do. Nobody would ever do that. Not that nobody would do it. No one who's good would do that, because that's a bad thing to do, to secretly listen to the inside of everybody's heads. The real world equation of it would be, if we think the government's got secret cameras everywhere, that would make them bad, wouldn't it? Yeah, well, if God's got a secret camera everywhere, that makes him bad. God wouldn't do that if he's good. But you guys don't care. Because you guys just say, who are you to question God? I'm not questioning God, I'm questioning you. You're the one who said God's listening. I'm the one who says God wouldn't listen because he's got more respect for us than that. He might watch from afar, but he's not listening. He'd have more respect for us than to sneak around in the back of our minds without telling us, wouldn't he? Because he's God who loves us, right? Only the devil would do that, if the devil exists. Yeah? Most of the things that you guys prescribe to God would be what the devil does, not what God does. That's how terribly you have described God, and you think I'm questioning God, not you. How dare you? How dare you stand before people, stand before what might be God, and claim to know what he wants, and what he'll do if you don't do what he wants. How dare you claim that? Not just that he would be, that you know what he thinks, but that it just so happens that what he thinks is so terribly disgusting and perverse that only a monster would ever act like that. You should all be apologising to God for assuming the things you assume about him. When it comes to the 10 Commandments, Christianity didn't invent them. You think Christianity was the first people to have a cultural rule that says it's wrong to kill innocent people or steal each other's stuff? Do you think they invented that idea? No one knew it was wrong until God came and told them. Are you for real? It's another way that you insult God, claiming God didn't realise, God didn't watch us and know. God's watching all the time, yet somehow he misses the bleeding obvious all the time as well. You guys really describe him to be stupid and blind and arrogant and presumptuous and I already said blind. I was going to say unaware. That's how you describe him. I'm not questioning God, I'm questioning you. When are you going to start admitting that you don't speak for God and you don't know what he thinks, and every time you say he does, all you're actually doing is claiming? And that's a bold claim. And any books you've got are just people making the same claim. The scriptures were revealed by God. Were they? Who said they were revealed by God? The people who wrote them? Were they right or wrong? You don't know, do you? They're doing no different to anyone else. They're claiming that God spoke to them. And for some reason, you guys are believing them. And you think it's weird if I don't. Do we believe everyone who says God speaks? No, we don't. We only believe your dozen mates. That's weird, isn't it? Only those 12 disciples, or however many people wrote the scriptures. Only those people had God speak to them. Anyone else who says it's full of... You can't seriously be saying that, but you are. Oh, it's so bad. You should be really ashamed of yourself. Using God to tell people what to do, I dare you. At least have the balls to say that you're the one who wants them to do it, instead of claiming the only reason I'm saying it is because it's what God wants and I'm just passing God's message along. Honest. Anyway. So I ended up doing moral relativism and stuff like that now as well, anyway. They haven't got a leg to stand on, a single one of them. The debaters, the scholars, all of these sorts of people, the professionals, the PhDs, they haven't got a leg to stand on. Whether it's maths, when I'm on about 1 + 1 = 2, and they're cheating and lying when they do their 3 chalkboards worth of equations where all they do is turn 1 into a symbol and then mess around with the symbol, change the function of plus, change what the symbol actually equals, and therefore changing the value of 1, and then still pretend they're doing 1 + 1. I don't need to have a PhD in maths to notice when somebody's changing the value of 1 to mean something else. It's quite obvious. Stands out. 1 + 1 = 3. How? Well, because that 1 actually equals 2. Wait a minute, what? No. Yeah, we represented it as an x, and then we did some funky maths to make x = 2. Therefore, it's 2 + 1 now. All right, well, that's cool. 2 + 1 does equal 3. No. 1 + 1 equals... You see how easy it is to notice it? That's what they're doing. I already said it. That'll do. We'll see. I've said that a few times now. That actually is it. Put my hands up. I'm going to press the button. Yeah, I might try and do a bit more performing. I don't know yet. It's weird, that. So I'm still trying to get used to it. I have been doing some on my own, but it's still fucking weird even on my own, so... Because it's true to me, it's hard for me to then perform it, because that feels like acting. So it feels like I'm pretending the truth. It's so wild. So wild. Wrecks my head. I know maybe it shouldn't, but it just does. So, yeah, it feels fake. It's like I'm faking the truth. It's so... Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a silly little side note. Yeah, this is a good one. Nice. I might be able to chop this up a little bit, though. I've jumped backwards and forwards quite a lot, so there might not be any point in doing that. I might just have to bang the whole thing out and let 30 people watch it, because no one wants to watch the long ones, because look at me. Anyway, yeah. Have a think about being honest to the people that matter to you. Anyone you might have hurt. Have a think about being honest with them. Not just because you should, but because of how much better it will make you feel once you've done it. But also because you should. Because if you've ever done anything that is wrong to someone else, you should be going and saying something to them. But also, even selfishly, mate, trust. You'll feel a lot better afterwards if you just go and tell them how sorry you feel and explain properly what you did that was wrong, and not try and skirt away from any of it, and actually admit what you did was wrong and tell them. It won't even matter if they react badly and tell you that they don't care, they still hate you. It was going to make you feel better because you did the right thing. Trust me, doing what you think is the right thing and making sure it is the right thing before you just rush ahead and do it, yeah, feels good even if you fail. Or even if the result you wanted isn't what you get. It still feels good that you did what you think was right because it was right. So think about being honest. Being honest isn't the same as being correct. Remember that. Your intention is what's honest, not how correct you are in what you honestly think. You can honestly think something wrong. That's fine. We do it all the time. But you need to be honest with people that matter about things that matter. And you know what matters between you and yours. So have a think about maybe having an honest conversation with the people who matter to you that you might have done something wrong to, because it will make you feel better. Because trust me, convincing yourself that nothing really happened, or that they are just making a mountain out of a molehill, or they've got anger issues about something else and they're not really even annoyed at what you did, that's really bad. You shouldn't do that for yourself. Never mind for your own moral equation in terms of acting good or bad. I mean, you shouldn't do it for yourself. It's destructive. You'll wreck your own head if you do that, mate. You need to be honest. You need to admit when you've done something wrong to somebody else. I don't just mean when you've done anything wrong, you need to broadcast it to the world. No, most stuff's private, isn't it? So it's got nothing to do with anyone else, so who cares if you did something wrong? Mostly it's private, isn't it? So it's up to you. Do what you want, mate. Yeah, but anytime you've hurt anybody else, done something to somebody else, you shouldn't be running away from that. You shouldn't be pretending it wasn't very much. Trust me. Think about it. Because you might find the person that you go and be honest to is even more forgiving than they would have already been, because you're coming to them with integrity and honesty and not trying to pretend nothing happened, or trying to describe it in a way that leaves most of the bad bits out, especially your intention at the time, because that's what most people want to avoid, is admitting what their intentions were. Admitting what the reasons were for why they did what they did, so not necessarily their intentions all the time, but also, why did you do that, mate? No, some people don't want to admit it because it admits something about their character that they don't want to have to admit. Oh, I did that because I was selfish. Oh, I did that because I don't give a fuck about so-and-so. I think, oh, I don't want to tell them that, so I'll pretend nothing and I won't talk about it. Yeah, trust me, that's not good for you. Honesty's the key, mate.